Good luck.
Hey everyone, I'm Angela, and today I will be running Atelier Sophie 2 on Legendary difficulty. So that'll be the hardest difficulty the game has to offer. And yeah, let's just get right into it. I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. We have a few starting cutscenes to get through before actually getting to the main game. Just a little tutorial section. Can appreciate how nice this town looks. So basically, Sophie, our protagonist, ended up in a world made of dreams, governed by a goddess. So she's not actually dreaming. She is physically in this world made of dreams, which I think is an important distinction to make. So everything that happens here is very real. And we're just sort of trying to figure out, what's going on, because she doesn't know why she's here. And not only that, her best friend has disappeared. So we're going to spend the start of the game sort of looking for her best friend, Pravda. And that'll take a bit. So right now, just running over to the dream tree to figure out where supposedly the goddess lives there, so we're going to try and talk to her. But she will not be very responsive. Anyways, this game is absolutely fantastic and very comfy, and I hope you're all as excited as I am for this run. It's gonna be a good time. There's a lot to explain. It's very involved mechanically. Legendary difficulty is... So, this game has, I think it's 5 difficulties. No, 6. Easy, normal, hard, very hard, charismatic, and legendary. On legendary difficulty, enemies have 5 times the HP over normal, which is a pretty significant boost. So the first boss would normally have 5,000, on legendary it has 25,000, and just in general, enemies are going to be one-shotting party members. They do a lot of damage. A lot of damage. You'll see when we get there to actual battles, dangerous ones, but it'll be a while. There's a lot of prep work just to, actually survive the early game. And Taru. No Atelier run is valid without the barrels, so gotta get that out of the way early. Alright, now that we are through the beginning cutscenes, I'll be actually getting into tutorials and stuff. We're just gonna go outside of town and learn the basics of battle, gathering, and alchemy, the 3 main core mechanics of this game. The general loop is we gather materials to synthesize bombs, and we use the bombs to blow all of our problems away. That's like the core of an Atelier game. It's very good, trust me. Alright, so first battle start. This is just a tutorial battle, so it's going through the inputs. There's no variance in it, and it's completely free. It doesn't scale with difficulty. Tutorial battles in some Atelier games actually do scale with difficulty, and they can get very, very difficult. In one of the games, the tutorial's even impossible on the hardest difficulty, which is kind of funny. But in this game, thankfully, we don't have to deal with that, and the tutorial just falls over. There'll be another one in a moment as well. And gather a couple of items. And we get an unskippable cutscene, so I'll just fast forward through this. And this will be the alchemy tutorial. So alchemy is the game's crafting mechanic. Crafting is very integral to the core identity of the Atelier series if you've never played an Atelier game. So the game can have me craft a cloth, And the Mysterious series, which Sophie 2 is a part of, has this Tetris puzzle board-like mechanic, where basically all of your materials have components that you place on the board to make the bars on the right go up. So if the colors match, the bars on the right will go up, and your item will improve based on that. So you can see now that I have a bunch of green, this cloth is getting defense +6 when it is used to make equipment. Now let's just finish up this tutorial real quick. And if you're thinking placing these pieces quickly in a speedrun is difficult, it is. Doing it like as efficiently as possible gets very difficult, especially late game when alchemy gets significantly more complicated, and we'll start seeing that eventually. It'll be a good time. Full disclosure, the route I have for this game is decently optimized, but my menuing in the alchemy, while it's like decently fast, it's not going to be like lightning fast, so this game's very difficult to like truly optimize with the menuing, in my opinion, because a lot of your crafting, it's not deterministic. Your materials are going to have a lot of RNG applied to them. So a lot of your complicated syntheses and stuff like that are going to be different every single run. So you'll be doing a lot of the puzzling on the fly. Alright, and here's our tutorial for requests. This sort of like cafe will give me requests to either synthesize things or gather materials or defeat monsters. I will just have to, fulfill the request. I can turn it in for items and money. They're very important for early game, not as important for late game, but I will be doing a lot of requests in the early game. Mostly for money. Money is kind of one of the big pain points in this game, because when you make a bomb to defeat enemies, it has limited uses, but they can be refilled at a price. It's generally very expensive, but of course it's faster to refill them than remake a new item, right? So you end up needing a lot of money. I think I use about 250,000 coal, which is the money in this game, throughout the run. And for context, a request gives about 1,000 to 2,000 coal on average. Thankfully, we have a bit of a money exploit. It's not really an exploit, it's a little oversight that I'll get to about an hour and a half from now, I would imagine. So yeah, I look forward to that. Right now I'm gathering a lot of materials. We need a lot, like more materials than you would expect to finish the game. So we will be doing a lot of gathering, even if it seems a bit excessive. Whoops, I missed. Alright, and here's the second combat tutorial. This tutorial is going to teach me about the main combat gimmick of the game, which is twin actions. So I have a little blue gauge on the right, and for each piece of it, I can use a twin action, which basically lets me use 2 skills at once, with a frontline and a backline reserve character. And it's very powerful. That resource is going to be very important throughout the game. Because as you can probably guess, taking 2 turns at once is generally twice as effective as than taking 1 turn, so important mechanic. That gauge will be important, but usually it's not going to run out because I end battles so fast, so. Alright, and that'll be it for the tutorial. Now we can get into the actual game. Let's go. And I start off by picking up a bunch of requests. So like I said, I need a lot of money and items from these. So I will just pick up all of the useful ones. I don't generally pick up combat requests because they take a lot of time. So, you know, yeah, mostly just gathering ones, and there's a lot of storyline requests as well, and those are fixed, so they're deterministic. They will show up every run with the same rewards, and I make a lot of use of those. Other requests are RNG, but I gather enough things in general that I have what I need for them on average. The ones that I can do, so. And here we are just gathering more items. I will be doing a lot of gathering when running through fields, especially at the start, because it's of course more efficient to gather on your first run through an area instead of having to come back. One thing that's pretty important, not only in this game but in the Atelier series in general, is just keeping track of everything you pick up, especially things that are in like high demand in your syntheses, right? You have to be aware of how many you have so that you know if you need to get more or not. If you need more, you have to be aware of all the backup gathering nodes and everything like that. So you have to have a pretty extensive knowledge of like where to gather what materials in the game and whatnot to actually play the game efficiently, if that makes sense. Yeah, I do craft running shoes. I actually craft them twice. I get them pretty early, so we'll be seeing them fairly soon, 15 minutes or so. Running shoes are very nice. There's a lot of walking. Alright, that's about it for gathering in this area. So you may have noticed these little blue pylons. These are just basically way checkpoints. I pick them up and I can warp back to them later using the world map, which is very convenient. Most of them I do skip because there's a little animation on getting them and there's no reason to grab it if I don't need it. But I do grab the ones that are useful, of course. And shortly, we will be coming up on our first and only trick in the game. It's a real, honest-to-God speedrun trick, which is normally not seen in the Atelier series. Normally these series are all about just crafting and getting through the game as fast as possible with very normal gameplay means. But we have a fun little trick coming up. It's just a little simple out of bounds into a very minor sequence break. And when I say minor, I mean minor. It wouldn't even save time on categories that aren't legendary. I can sort of explain a bit about what it does a bit later. For now, Sophie is just going to go for a swim. So, you may have noticed it's raining in this zone. That's not an RNG event. One of the main exploration mechanics of this game is weather. And it turns out to progress further in the zone, we need to change the weather to get rid of all the water. I don't care about that. Let me just line up real quick. And go. This invisible wall here is a little bit... And over the tree. That trick isn't trivial, but it's also not super precise, so it's generally pretty easy to get first try. And go up these rocks, go up here. Cool. Alright, so we're not supposed to be over here this early. And it does a couple things. So Atelier events are structured in a way where you can't actually sequence break events. So I do have to go back and get every single event eventually. But what the sequence break lets me do is grab a material I'm not supposed to have access to before the first difficult fight in the game, making it much, much easier. For most other difficulties, most other categories for this game, it wouldn't matter. But for this category, it's super important because Legendary is just that difficult. So getting a certain material a bit earlier just allows us to get through the first difficult fight much smoother. And I did enter the first dungeon at the end there. I'm not going to explore it right now because I actually need to go do a few other things first, but it is unlocked so that I can do the sequence break later. Alright, we have a little bit of shopping to do. Shops, as you might imagine, are very integral to an Atelier speedrun. Because normally when you gather materials, they're RNG, but shops are deterministic. So they are very useful. And I'll just be making a few items here. I won't be able to talk too much during most synthesis sections because they require a lot of focus, but I'll do my best. Do I have any decent traits? I do not. That is fine. We do have a button that lets us add ingredients automatically, which is great if you just want the pieces on the board and don't care where they go. But sometimes where they go does matter for a number of reasons. Alright, Destruction at plus, that's a perfect trait. And this one should be fine. Grab that. Use the flower. This will make an extra bomb. This is the bomb I will be using for all of my early game. Like super early game. So I do want to make it good. Alright, and you can see, because I placed so much stuff, I got all of the effects maxed out on the right there. All of the colored bars. So. Alright. And because I made 2 of them, I can equip 2 of them. 1 to Sophie, 1 to Pravda. And what I'm doing right now is Sophie has to get the recipe for a weather stone, which will let us change the weather to sun in that area, which will get rid of the water so we can progress. Obviously, we don't need it to progress, but just pretend that we do. So I will be going around doing tasks to get it. The first task was go hang out in the sun over there, and the second task is defeat some Puni, which are the slimes of this game. So we'll just get rid of these cute little things real quick. I always feel bad for them. And you can see that even the weak slime enemy almost one-shot my party member, so thankfully these bombs I made are pretty good. I make short work of them. Nice, I got the rare drop. That's really helpful. I do need to fight one more. And I'm also going to run from this one because I need an extra staff hit for a recipe as well. And a lot of the game is just doing various tasks for recipes, even if they're not like story required. So I'll be doing a lot of things that look pointless, but they are for specifically getting recipes. And there are a lot of recipes in the game. So I'm just gonna turn in some requests real quick that I have finished. That in. Got that. Cool. Got some money. Okay, that's fine. Alright, there is the first weatherstone. And next we're going to be tasked with making the stone for rain. So not only can we turn it to sunlight for water, we can also turn it back to rain to get the water back. And this will also be the introduction to our second alchemist. This is because this Atelier game actually has two alchemists. The other alchemist is Pravda. She was hanging out in the Atelier next to the cauldron. They have separate alchemy levels and separate recipes that are special to them, so we will be synthesizing with both Sophie and Pravda pretty equally. So the rainstone recipe is for Pravda. You can see her on the right there. Crap. Sort by ice. That's not what I wanted. Whoops. Okay. I wanted to use his plus 17 on that. I can't have it running out on me. Alright, so now I can go back to my sequence break now that I have the weatherstones. I'll go back to the first dungeon, and you do need to change the weather to sun to progress, so that's why I needed to wait. And we'll be doing that. But because of the sequence break, I won't be triggering any cutscenes in this dungeon, which means that I will be able to access the whole thing right away. Normally, halfway through, there would be a very difficult battle that I wouldn't be able to fight early on. It is beatable without doing the sequence break, don't get me wrong, but for a speedrun, it's much faster to do it this way, so I will be skipping that battle temporarily, getting some better materials, and then going back to it later, once we are all geared up. Grabbing this chest for coal. That's 1,000 coal. Money is always good, so. And just in general, gathering materials for a recipe. So like for that, I got the recipe for alchemic coal, which is something I will be using heavily. There's healing elixir, just various things. You'll see them come in as I gather. So these ancient pillars I'm gathering are a little bit annoying. You can see when the gathered materials come up on the left, it shows me which components the materials have, which are the colored blocks. I'm looking for a specific shape from these pillars. I am looking for one that has 5 red on it, and it's a 5% drop chance. It is a little bit higher because we're in sun, and sun makes the appearance of red components a little bit higher, but it's still quite rare, so I will be gathering those until I get it. I need it to craft a pickaxe, actually. It's for a very specific synthesis that I would not be able to do without it, so hopefully it doesn't elude me for too much longer. Another chest. This one has aroma holts in it. A very useful material that I otherwise wouldn't have access to at the moment, actually, if I didn't get it from that chest. And now to continue progressing through this area, I switch back to water, and I can sort of hop across this ruin like this. Also, shout out to Shimotsuki Haruka, who's the vocals for the theme of this area. I love this theme. And I love her voice. Alright, another chest there for silver crystals. I cannot get silver crystals anywhere in this dungeon, and I will need them. So, getting those 3 is very, very nice. If I don't use them wisely, I won't be able to replace them until much later in the game, so gotta watch out for that. Also, the zones in this game are very big. They all look very nice. But sometimes during speedrun, honestly, they can kind of feel too big because you're walking for so long. But when you're playing the game for the first time, they're really, really fun to explore because they're not super linear. Alright, almost at the end of this area, just need to pick up a couple more things. I still have not gotten my ancient pillar, so I'm gonna need to do a bit of backup for that. The ancient pillars are kind of annoying to gather if I didn't get what I'm looking for, because they're all like spread out throughout the zone, but I have a decent backup for that. Hopefully it drops pretty quickly. Jump across here. We're going to grab another chest. This chest has 2 star powder in it, and for this one, this is a fairly late game material that they give you super early. But the material itself actually isn't what's important there. It has the trait critical ++ on it. That is a trait for bombs, and I will be able to combine that trait with other critical traits to get up to a trait called always critical, which means my bombs with that trait always critically hit, which is a 25% damage bonus added together with any other critical damage bonuses I may have on my characters. So that trait is really important early game, just to increase my DPS quite significantly. Without those 2 items, it wouldn't really be obtainable because critical ++ is a fairly late game trait. So the fact it comes in a chest, ready for me to use, is very convenient. Oh look, I got 2 of the pillar I needed. Perfect. Alright. Now I can go safely continue the story. I'm gonna do something a little funny here. So I'm coming to back to this forest to progress, to continue forward, because now that I have the sunstone, I can remove the rain. But because I did my little sequence break and I'm entering from the other side where the sun is already turned on, this cutscene up here will actually already be taking place in the sun, even though the goal of the cutscene is to turn on the sun. Anyways, I think it's pretty silly. Alright. And trigger this cutscene. Where is the trigger? What the heck? There it is. And normally this cutscene would be in the sun. Alright. But now that I've progressed the story, I have access to new shops. Shops are very important, and every couple chapters in the story, they update with new items. And I need a lot of the items from them. Okay, so I need to come back for monster bird feathers because he didn't have them. A lot of items from shops rotate. There's like 2 to 3 items in a specific slot. So if the shop is missing a specific item you need, you have to come back. You have to sleep and come back later to try and get it. So she didn't have what I needed either. But that is fine. You kind of expect this to happen. Resetting shops is just part of the game. Okay. This one is that paper has critical plus on it, which is one of the things I need to combine with crit plus plus I was talking about earlier. So that's very good. Hey, thanks for the good luck. Buy a few of these. Alright, she had everything I needed, which is very nice, but I do need to go back for the other 2 shops that did not have what I needed. And there's all my recipes coming in. You can see how many recipes are on this tree. A lot of them locked, a lot of them I just got. Alright, give me feathers. He did not have the feathers again. Most of the stuff I'm looking for in these shops is about a 50-50, so they will show up fairly quickly. But sometimes you do get a little unlucky. Alright, there's the feathers I'm looking for. And now I just need the milk from the other girl. I'm looking for milk with a specific trait on it, which is why I haven't bought it yet. I need milk with HP boost. And it'll show up with that trait 1/3 of the time, if I remember right. So I'm a little bit below the rate now, since I visited her 3 times. HP boost is very important. As it says, it boosts HP. And to survive the early game, I'm going to need as much HP on my characters as I can get. So can't really go without that. Shop randomness, yeah. They're not too rare, but sometimes you can get a little bit unlucky. Alright, there it is. Buy 6 of those, and now I can start synthesizing. Going to synthesize with Pravda, because I need XP on her. For a synthesis where the end result doesn't matter, I'm just making the item for XP, or to have the base item. I can just put in 1 component on each material, and that'll finish the synthesis, so. Alright, so I need this item to be as high quality as possible. Quality is a numeric value, you can see it on the right, currently it's 76. If I make links with my items, which are the glowing squares, having them next to each other links them together, I can get more quality, on top of having more pieces placed on the board and a few other things. Quality is really important. I will be going for quality a lot throughout this run, because having a bomb at 999 quality will make it do about 5 times more damage. So it's the most efficient way to get damage, and we really need it. Yeah, that's fine. This. So a lot of these early items are, I need to arrange the pieces specifically to make their quality as high as possible. Alright, charge by number plus. Oh, I should have put critical on that. Oh, that's fine. Alright, red neutralizer. Was going to get that milk I had earlier. And this one will have the HP traits I was mentioning earlier. So we have HP boost and swelling power. The combination of those on an equipment item will increase a character's life by 100, which is very nice. Okay, throw that on, and that. And I also want this to be high quality. So I have to make sure the links are put together. And should be good enough. And as you can see, I have 3 HP boosting traits on this already. Very convenient. And that'll help me survive early game. I can transfer those to an ingot very easily. The reason you would want to do that is because, in general, armor is made from ingots. What am I doing? I messed up a little bit. I need some lightning. Okay. Alright. And next will be Sylvalia. This is just for making some items. It matters a little bit what I get on this. And making sure you pack the pieces as efficiently as possible is really important for fitting all of them on the board, as you might have noticed. Alright. Now I will finish the Sophie for the rest of the items. I have a lot of items I want to make that can only be done with her. First, I'm going to make another one of these for a request. Alright, and now we'll be making gathering tools. Oh wait, I have to do pure water first. Let's do that real quick. I want this to be at least 100 quality. And this is going to have my bomb traits on it. Alright. Critical finish, critical plus, and charge by number plus. Alright, now gathering tool time. So, gathering in this game is pretty important, and gathering tools let you gather different nodes that you wouldn't be able to with just your hands or your staff, so making them is very helpful. This is the sickle, which will let me cut a lot of flowers and stuff. And the next one will be the pickaxe. These... And this is what I needed that ancient pillar for before. This is gonna go here. Crap. Like that. I need this to have all the red for major gathering up level 2 and gathering up M. And then from there I can finish off the yellow. And as you can see, this synth is a bit tight. I need very specific components to make it all work, to fill out my bars, so. And to have that done, and the last thing I'll be making for now is shoes, because we want to run faster. Zooming is very important. Oh, I made a mistake. My bad. It goes like this. Okay. Then we have movement speed up large. I think it's 20%. It might be 25%. I don't remember. All I know is it makes me fast. That's all I care about. And let's get those items equipped real quick. Sickle, pickaxe, and the shoes. How does the routing for this work? 300 hours of blood, sweat, and tears. There are a lot of moving parts in this game. It took a lot of effort to get everything put together. Alright, that's it for requests. Move him. My bad. I didn't bonk it. Whoops. I need to do this so I can guard. Alright, there we go. I need to get a few guards in so that I can get a couple recipes. I don't need to fight this thing. I just need to guard and then run away, so that'll get me the recipes I want. Oh. Rarely this happens where you get the fight again after learning the recipe. That's unfortunate. And yeah, now that I have the sickle, I can gather new things like this flowers, this wheat. And I can also go here and I have access to new things as well. I'm gonna grab this little chest up here. This is just money. We always need money, so going a little bit out of the way for money is totally fine use of time. Alright, gonna drop down here for a little bit. And over there is a major gathering point. So what major gathering is a mini game where you can sort of control the outcome of your materials, and this is going to be very important. I missed. I usually don't miss on these. I need some red and I need some yellow. As long as I hit the yellow, it'll be fine. Okay. Now, as you can see, those all come with a lot of components due to the major gathering, which is very, very, very helpful. I don't think it's really similar to Minecraft. Okay, can I hit the first one? You have to tap that really lightly to hit it. And is there any red? Okay, I'll go for the end because it's a little more consistent. Cool. Major gathers went successfully. You can imagine if you fail those, it sucks. You have to reset the nodes. But everything went okay. And now here's where my little sequence break comes in. So normally, coming through this area, I would have a battle right here. But thanks to the little trick I did earlier, I can walk through with no hindrances. I will have to do that battle eventually, but that will be after I am done preparing early game gear, so that won't be for a little while. We're about half an hour out from that. And I can get materials like this here Siren's Tear and a few other things that I wouldn't normally be able to get that'll help me in conquering that foe, so. Alright, swap the weather again, and we can just sort of hop over here. Grabbing a checkpoint and heading into the last zone of this dungeon. And this is where I get the item that I'm really here for, so we'll be seeing that shortly. For now, enjoy the scenery, the waterfalls coming out of nowhere. Slide down here. And get rid of the water. It's crazy how just changing the weather just gets rid of all of it, right? The sea level went down like 3 stories. Truly magical. Alright. The item I'm here for is right back here in this chest. It is flammable sand. This item will help me get to 999 quality in a way that can be used on bombs. Normally I wouldn't really be able to get that much quality easily. And I only get 2 of them, so I need to make sure to use them wisely. Otherwise we're gonna have problems if I run out. So, in fact, because of that, I do end up save scumming a certain craft if it goes poorly. Because running out of that non-renewable resource is a big deal for the run. Alright, we got another money chest, and this is the checkpoint before the first boss, but because I skipped some cutscenes, it's not spawned yet. We don't really care about that, because I still have to make a bunch of items anyways, so let's get started. Alright. Here I'm going to use that star powder I mentioned earlier. And I'm going to be able to get certain critical, which means my bombs will always crit, which is very nice. Okay, and what goes on this one? You and... Oh, did I not get my request turned in? 1 second. I missed a request. Which one was it? that shouldn't happen, but I might have... Right, I ran out of the water. Alright. Grab that real quick. My bad. And yeah, good showcase of what happens in this game. Sometimes you get overwhelmed with materials, and sometimes you're just like one short. And there's just so much in this game that it's kind of hard to tell what you're missing. Alright, back to crafting. I do want this one to be fairly high quality, so I do have to make it in a fairly specific way. Alright, and I'm going to make a hunting rifle. This item is very powerful early game. Basically what it's going to do is, this is a weapon for Oleus, which is our gun-using party member. And the Hunter's Eye XL effect I'm getting on that will give him 30 crit damage. So, combined with our always crit trait, as you can imagine, that's very potent. Very helpful to have that early. And I'm going to start by making a bomb. This needs... Crap. I'm blanking. You and you. No, sorry. Did I put the right flower on? Yeah, I did. Synthesis in this game can be quite overwhelming. I am missing a material, aren't I? Yeah, I'm gonna need to go gather red flowers. I don't have any with the correct components. That bites. This specific synthesis is very tight because I need it to have the max damaging effect on it. And if I have the right stuff, it just barely gets there. So I got a little bit unlucky not having the right flower. There it is. Alright. Alright, perfect. And this will get my traits on it. My flower also had synthesis quantity on it, which means I got 3 of them when I made that, which will be very helpful for fighting enemies. Alright, equip that. And add his weapon. And now I can go, farm some enemies for traits. And yeah, because of the twin action I mentioned earlier, we can throw through 2 of these overpowered bombs at once at the start of every battle, which is very nice. Otherwise, it would be a little bit of a pain to get through these early battles, because enemies do a lot of damage, so getting hit hurts a little bit. This one takes a little bit longer to kill. I can't really waste my bomb uses, so it doesn't quite die, but that's fine. I got a little bit unlucky there. My lightning bomb did less damage than it usually does. Okay, and we go back here. We continue the farm. I need to defeat 4 of these for a very important recipe, which is the white neutralizer. Neutralizers are generally a very important synthesis material. You use them a lot throughout the run because they go into a lot of things. They're very good as an intermediate material for making a lot of your items. And the white one especially is extra useful because of the ingredients that go into it. There's a lot of nice ways to use it, so. So right now I'm farming for... That's unfortunate. The middle penny died and the heck. The middle penny died and the right one didn't. But my second bomb only hit the left enemy. That rarely happens. And so yeah, I'm just generally farming these enemies for materials. I need a lot of traits to make my items for the first boss. And just killing a few groups of these is enough to generally get what I need, because you can see they give a lot of drops. You'll see after here for a second. You generally get 15 to 25 drops per encounter. So getting what you need is pretty consistent. On top of that, I need them for requests and a recipe as well. So fighting these groups serves 3 purposes. Alright, just gonna go turn in the more requests now that I can. Get a lot of money because I need it. Nice, I got charged by number. That's one of the traits I'm looking for, so glad I got it. Alright, and now that I have money, I will be able to unlock the most important mechanic in the game, duplication. So Purka is like your main shopkeeper. And once you spend 5,000 coal at her shop, she will give you the ability to duplicate items that you've made. So we're just going to do that real quick. And make some items. And this mechanic will, of course, be used a lot. Very liberally throughout the run. For now, I'm only grabbing a few things. I can't waste too much money, but I will be getting more later. Alright, so it's time to make my items for the first boss. This is a lot of really involved synthesis. To start with, I need specifically some debuff traits. Look through them. I only got curse strength there. And in here we have, okay, inflict curse. And what about in here? Nothing I can use. Okay. That is fine for now. I can get the other ones later. Debuff traits are very important because of a mechanic in this game called auras that I will explain later. It's not for the actual debuffs themselves, so... but anyways, now I'm going to start quality loops. As I mentioned earlier, I do need to get to 999 quality on my bombs to get a lot more damage out of them. So what I'm going to be doing now is just that. And getting quality requires min-maxing a lot of things with your board placement, and also adding traits that increase your quality by a percentage. Not you. And so, right now I have every trait I need to get my quality up, which actually all came from requests for the most part. And one reason min-maxing your board placement is important for quality is not only does every placement give extra quality, every square you fill on the board, there is a mechanic called super success, which for every square you filled it on the board goes up. Not that. That and this. And you can see it at the bottom, the super success rate. When the board is completely filled, it's at 65%. And that means it has a 65% to trigger the super success. And what that does is it'll give you 50% more quality on top of what we already had. So it just triggered right there. It was that little effect. So what you're really looking out for when doing synthesis for quality is that super success. So you do want to make sure the board is filled up just for that. We'll add all these quality traits. You can see that I'm already at 249, but I got a super success, so it goes to 373. And this is where I start doing loops, which is basically using my high quality items and putting them into more items to just get the quality higher, because it's a multiplicative increase every single time. So. $65%. Nice, we got the super success, so we're already at 522. I'm gonna go duplicate this as safety, because if I fail a super success, it's a little bit annoying. They're a bit expensive, so I don't like doing this, but I actually have a lot of extra coal on this run, so it's fine. And this is where it gets really out of hand, because I can use 2 of the high quality items that I have in the making of the white neutralizer. Oops. Ugh. Messing up my menuing a little bit. Alright, and if this hits a super success, it'll be at basically 900. Alright, we missed. I'm gonna go duplicate and try again. I need a few more of these. Thankfully, I have a lot of extra money on this run, so doing this extra duplication isn't going to hurt me too much. If I was a little bit more careful, I could have filled that up, but that's fine. Nice, got the super success. Alright, 972. The quality is done. I'll be able to do a lot of things for high quality. Alright, debuffs here, and I also want curse speed. Okay. Should be good enough. Alright, and now that I have 1 high quality neutralizer, I can just sort of snowball it by propagating that quality everywhere else. You can see on the right, the average quality of this item is already at 300, so 309. And then if I apply the traits, it goes up to 500. And if I get a super success, it's even more. And I can continue making a lot of very high quality items just like that. Yeah, these games are very complicated. Oh, that's a really lucky super synth. My chance was very low on that one. It's not necessary on it, but it was quite lucky. Alright, quality. This one needs something pretty specific on it. So this neutralizer here is the first time I'll be taking advantage of... You know what? I'm actually going to change this to something with yellow. It's the first time I'll be taking advantage of the mechanic that lets you add categories to items. So what determines what items you can use in a specific recipe are the categories. And you can see the blue effect on this one adds the stone category to the neutralizer. So I will be using that to make an item with. Alright. And here I'll be making my first armor. Nothing special is actually going on this except for my HP traits. This armor will be giving me about 110 HP. I will duplicate it later so I don't need to make more of them. I totally blanked and forgot to grab a recipe. Let's do that real quick. Just need that carapace talisman recipe real quick. Doesn't take too long to grab. That's another piece of equipment. It's called a talisman. It goes in the talisman slot. It gives me 7% damage reduction, and again I will just put my HP traits on it. Alright, and here I will be making a lightning bomb for debuffs. So this needs red. So I mentioned before that debuffs are pretty important in this game because of a mechanic called auras. I'll get to more on why that is when I'm actually fighting enemies with auras, but basically, yeah, it's very important. So this has knockback on it and 4 different debuffs, which will help to basically break the auras. It's very good. Alright. So now I'm going to save. Because if I don't get a super success on this synthesis, I'm going to save scum it since I don't have materials for it. Actually, I'm not sure I need to because my input materials are abnormally high quality on this run. I might be able to get away without even needing a super success. We will see. Yeah, I think 708. I'll do it one more time, and if I don't get it, I'll continue. The super success makes it a lot easier. So. We will go for it regardless. Whoops, I accidentally pressed my bumper and that rotated. It's a 47% chance, so not too bad. Nice. 999. And here I'm going to be able to make my damaging bomb. So this is the one that's going to be high quality. This one looks good. Use that. And use you. Oh, whoops. That's not good. My pieces kind of suck. It should be fine if I do this. Yeah. Because I also need to get the effects maxed out, so the placement of pieces is pretty important for that. Let's do it this way. There we go. Alright. And this one does need a super success. Perfect. Getting decently lucky. And now I just need to make a little bit of equipment, and we're ready to go on a pretty decent pace. So I'm just gonna make this weapon for Sophie. All it does is it gives her a bit of extra magic damage. My bombs all do magic damage, so that is quite helpful. Continue making a little bit of gear. Alright, so this is my accessory item. Accessories are pretty important. This one especially is very useful because its special ability is Ice Wall, which increases ice resistance. And that's notable because the first boss is entirely ice damage, ice and physical damage, so it significantly increases my party's tankiness to have this item equipped. Plus it gives defense and just generic damage reduction, which is always helpful. Alright, prep done. I can duplicate my stuff, and we are ready to go for the first boss. Whoops. Alright, debuff bomb duplicated, damage bomb duplicated. As you can tell, it's very expensive because the quality is so high. Kinda bleeding me dry on money here, so. Alright, equip items. You and you. And Pravda doesn't need any armor or anything like that because she's going to be in my back row, so she won't be getting hit. Oh. Oops. Alright, and yeah, formation. He has to come back to the front. Now I can actually do battles. So the first battle is a, this tutorial battle does scale with difficulty. This battle is notoriously difficult. This is the battle that generally makes people give up on high difficulty runs. As you can see, all of my armor has a ton of HP on it, and my characters are still dying. Sophie died, so I need to reset. So we'll just let everyone die real quick and reset the battle. Usually we're tanky enough as long as someone doesn't get focused, so this looks like it should be fine. Or not, they got a lot of hits in. But the turn order might be okay. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, just kill me. I'm getting fairly unlucky here. Usually this fight doesn't take more than one attempt, but sometimes you just get bad RNG early and a character dies, so... Thankfully we can retry really easily. So it's not that big of a deal to lose to RNG in this game. Alright, there we go. Alright, so this bird has the aura. We break the aura, we get an extra turn. I'm gonna kill the one that's attacking next. I threw the wrong item. That's not good. Okay. I might be dead. I didn't have our items equipped in the right spot. This might be okay. Yeah, looks like we're fine. That was a little sloppy, but whatever, it works out. Alright, birds are gone, and straight to the first boss. So the first boss is one of the more annoying fights in the run. This fight's very, very inconsistent because I have to tank an entire round of attacks and then get a good turn order. So I might die a few times, just bear with me. I will win eventually. Looks like everyone's alive, so if I have a good turn order, we'll be fine. Just need to get good knockbacks. Alright, if this breaks the aura, we win. Nope. If I'm lucky, I still might survive, but taking another round of attacks usually is death. Wait. Don't want to switch them out because twin actions are better than having a third person up front. The boss is stunned, so it might be fine. We do a lot of damage, so... Yeah, looks like a win. Very glad that went smoothly. Even with the slight hiccup. Really solid pace. Yes, Oleus is my carry. He does the most damage in my party. But it's fine without him. Alright, and that was the first boss. I know it didn't look like much, but that boss is incredibly spooky. Does a lot of damage. Because I basically have, like, the equipment I have on right now is basically the top tier tank armor for this point in the game, believe it or not. You can't really get much better without a lot of grinding, though. And it still did that much damage. Pretty rude. Does this run eventually stop using bombs? No. Now I just have a little bit of story stuff to do. Get one rabbit. There we go. And now we're back to weak enemies. Isn't this game designed to promote a lot of grinding? I think generally Atelier games are not grindy, personally, but you do have to know what you're doing. There are a few Atelier games where skills are better than bombs, like Shally. There's a couple others. But yeah, generally... What am I doing? I need to make the swords. Generally bombs are, for sure, going to be your go-to for damage. Alright, so I just made a pair of swords for Diebold, some knight dude in town. He's gonna join our party. That's all there is to say about him. I don't use him. This game has 6 party members, and it has 6 slots in your party for party members, but I don't actually use all 6 party members. For item builds, the boys are pretty useless, Oleus and Diebold. They're better with skills, so I just take them out of the party, because they can't use good items. They can't use the bombs I make. So yeah, they never get used, unfortunately. It is just faster to not have them at all. Right. And for a little while, I'll just be running through the next couple zones. Not really much to do or talk about here. Just gotta get through the cutscenes and progress the story so we can go back to synthesis. Because that's the fun part, right? But yeah, so basically, I guess I can explain a little bit about auras, because those are a very important combat mechanic. Every boss will have an aura. So auras are basically a barrier that have a certain amount of life. For a lot of bosses, it's 25. And they don't take damage like the bosses do normally. They reduce all of your damage to a very low number until you break the aura. So you need to sort of whittle them down to do damage to the boss, and every boss spawns with an aura on it after this point. And so generally bombs are going to be doing like 3 damage at once to an aura. And obviously that's not very good for speed. When an aura has 25 HP, you would need to throw like 10 bombs, right? So that's not great. But if you apply status ailments to an enemy, every status ailment applied is an extra 2 aura damage. So my lightning bomb, which can apply up to 4 status ailments at once, can potentially do 3 plus 8, so 11 aura damage. Now usually the RNG doesn't work out that way. You're not going to get 11 aura damage with a single bomb. But if you do, it feels pretty good. Of course, bosses have status immunities and stuff as well. And I will be making different debuff items throughout the game to sort of take advantage of different bosses and just what I have access to at different points, so. But yeah, once you break the aura, the boss is stunned for a turn and takes increased damage. So it'll skip its next turn, and until then it'll take increased damage. So really you want to kill it during the stun, after breaking the aura. And that's what I try to do for basically the whole run. Even though enemies have a lot of HP, if you just make really good, like really specific, really good items, using everything you have available to you, you can you can get through somehow. The other reason why you kind of want to go full glass cannon and one-shot bosses is that if you were to hit a boss to like below half HP after breaking the aura, it would refresh its aura. So if you don't kill it in one turn, you're going to have to deal with that aura all over again, making the fights very long. There's a few other caveats to it, but that's basically how auras work and the general strategy that's going to be used for most fights in the game. But one-shotting bosses on Legendary is much more difficult than it sounds. It's not trivial at all. And I don't really mean one-shotting as in like throw a single bomb and they die. More like kill them in one turn, so before the sun comes up. And they can reapply the aura, so. That's what I did with the water dragon. My lightning bombs had enough knockback and did enough damage that I was able to use enough of them before the stun let up and the boss died, so. Alright, almost done with this little running section. Right now I'm just running to Illusion Vale, which is actually an optional area. This area is not required to beat the game, but it's very important to the speedrun because it's an early game area that drops end game traits and materials. It's very limited, but I will be taking advantage of it, so. Alright, got a couple things to synthesize for story progress. I'm also just gonna grab some ability points. There is a ability system in this game where you just grab points from either discovering areas on the map or leveling up. So, grabbing a few points so I can get some of those abilities shortly. You'll see those in a bit. They give a lot of things like combat stats, or more useful things like they get you extra money, things like that, extra materials, so. Alright, we grabbed the recipe for the monster bait. Just gotta make this real quick. We're using this to summon a jellyfish that's been terrorizing people around town, so. We're just gonna summon that thing and go defeat it handily. It's not as strong as the first boss, so it'll go down pretty easily. It is pretty strong still. It's just more like a mini boss, so. It can one-shot my party members, though. It does a lot of damage. This will be a running theme, that every enemy in the game is dangerous. And I guess this is a good chance to go over random legendary buffs. So, one of the, I suppose, perks of playing legendary difficulty is that at the start of battle, every enemy gets random buffs. Early game enemies get 2, mid game enemies get 3, and late game enemies even get up to 4. And they pull from a pool of buffs. A lot of things are like extra resistances to your damage, or extra stats. Actually, no, resistances were in Ryza 2, not this game. The most annoying of which is status effect resistance. You might be able to see why status effect resistance is kind of annoying, because I need to apply status effects to deal aura damage. So... yeah, not when enemies spawn with status effect resistance, it's kind of a pain. It's much more difficult to break their auras if that's when they do. So we're going to be hoping throughout the entire game that that's not a thing that ever happens, but it'll happen quite a few times. And those fights will just be slower. Not much I can really do about it. Alright, duplicate a few of these. Just gonna duplicate some of my high quality items real quick, so I don't run out of them. Yep. And a lot of my bombs even have certain crit on them, so they're guaranteed to crit. So the extra crit damage goes very well with them. In fact, Olias's crit bonus right now is probably about 80%, so... Alright, Sophie... sort ice, okay. We want certain crit on this. And... that's about it, right? And right now I'm going to be making a new bomb. It'll be a very high quality bomb for the purpose of sorry, I'm getting distracted by making things. This will be for farming. So the lightning bombs I have right now do a lot of damage, but they only hit one enemy at a time. And I'm going to be doing a little bit of grinding in just a moment, so I need to make a bomb that is better for that. And that's what I'll be doing with this. Very hard to talk in sync. Alright, bomb. Use you, and use you. Wait. Did I do this right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Let's make sure I had the right ingredients. Sometimes it's really easy to lose track. Alright, fill up that board, and I do need this to super success. I really, really hope it does. Oh wait, it's already 807. Can I get away with 800? No. I'm gonna make one more. I am also completely out of money, which is a problem. So I need to do a few requests just to get my money back up. Take that one. Anything to report? Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I think I do need a super on it. 800 is cutting it real close. I can go with 800. I don't want to make a new one, so I'm going to. Okay. Money. And this should be enough to duplicate my bombs. Like I mentioned earlier, money is just very tight. Sometimes you have enough, sometimes you need to grab more. It just happens. It's pretty RNG, so. Alright, and I'm going to turn restock on. What this will do is when I go back to base, it will refill the uses on my bombs. So I'm going to equip all these other bombs so they're not wasting my money because I don't want to refill them. And alias to back row. Alright. And now it's time for a bit of grinding. I need to get my levels up. Whoops. I accidentally ran into the enemy. I guess we're gonna die. I meant to run. Somehow succeeded. Okay. I do need to hit the enemies first. Yeah, my bomb is a little weak, but should be okay. It'll get a bit stronger. And I'm basically going to be grinding these enemies all the way up till level 35. The reason for that is our last party member will be joining pretty soon. And she joins at 5 levels above Sophie's level, and I want her to be level 40. At level 40, she gets a passive skill that'll increase the number of TP I get at the start of the battle by 1, which will let me do an extra twin action, which is very important for killing bosses in one turn. So, thankfully, these are very high-level enemies. They have like 9,000 HP each, which is why it takes so many bombs to kill them. They give a lot of XP as well. So the grind doesn't take too long. It's about 14 battles. But it is a little bit sketchy. Because my bomb is a little bit weak. It feels really bad to get unlucky on super successes though, to try and fish for that 999 bomb, so dealing with one that's a bit weaker is fine. They die either way. Doesn't really add too much time. Oh, Elias is asleep. That's why. Okay. I do need to be a little bit careful with my bomb usage. I will actually run out of money if I use too many of them, so. Have to be kind of conservative sometimes. Alright, abilities. Sophie will let me get restock price down. This will lower the price of restocking, so I can safely go back and restock my items. If I didn't get those abilities right there, that would have cost 6,000 coal and I would have been broke. So just barely sustaining the cost of the bombs from these battles. And yeah, I'll just be doing this for a little while. If anyone has questions, now's a pretty good time for them. This is like a pretty mindless grind. I do get more out of this grind than just levels. These enemies can also drop endgame traits. And because I'm farming so many of them, I'm basically guaranteed to get those endgame traits. The ones I'm looking for. And that will allow me to get an item set up I'll basically be using for the rest of the game, so. I suppose one thing that's kind of important to mention is that normally these enemies do not drop endgame traits. On legendary difficulty, every enemy in the game gets a bonus to the level of the traits they drop. And that bonus is significant enough. And these enemies are like high enough level that their like mid-game trait drops get boosted to end game because of the legendary bonus, which is pretty nice. So the grind ends when Sophie hits level 35. So currently she's level 31. It's about 7 more battles from this point. We're about halfway there. Ugh. I'm not used to using Alette for this. With a better bomb, Alette never needs to throw them, so the menuing is like not in my muscle memory. I suppose in that regard, having the worst bomb is wasting a little bit more time than it normally would. I finally do have points, so I can get more damage on Olius, which will help. I would not recommend Legendary to anyone playing their first time, and I think for most people Legendary is a bit too hard. It's pretty punishing, but it's very fun if you're into that challenge. Is there a particular Atelier I'd suggest to a new player? Either this game or either of the Ryza games. Just whatever the newest one is generally fine to go with. To see if you enjoy the series or not. Alright, level 33. Pretty close. Which one's the most fun to speedrun? I think Ryza 1 is. Alright, hopefully I have enough money. Good. I was a little concerned about sustaining money using Alette's bomb, because it's extra bomb throws per battle, but it looks like we're good. Should be about 4 battles left, so almost done with the grind. It kind of seems like a long grind, but it's really not that bad. And this is the only point in the game where I need to do any, like, real grinding at all that's not alchemy level related. One thing that's pretty important in this game is it has absolutely absurd alchemy level requirements, which means you need to craft a lot of extra items to get enough XP to finish the game. But that is for later. I am not grinding that out yet, so. The Rise of 3 routing? Yeah, me too. The next Atelier game is actually coming out next month. It'll be Rise of 3. It's gonna be great. Everyone's looking forward to it. So Legendary in this game, obviously it's beatable a new game, but accessing it does require NG+. But if you're on PC, you can get a save file from someone else to access it on your first run through. It's very brutal though, especially if you haven't played Atelier before. There's a huge learning curve for that. Alright, 1 battle left. Yeah, Legendary is much slower. It's significantly harder. It's probably... So, the game's in a bit of a weird situation. There's not too many runners. And the Japanese runners... So Koei Tecmo has streaming guidelines for this game, where they say not to stream it past chapter 8 for the Japanese audience. So all of the Japanese speedrunners pay attention to that, and so they all stop before they all stop at chapter 8, which is significantly before the end of the game. And because we don't really have any runners optimizing the lower difficulties, I don't know just how much slower Legendary is, but probably about 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours. No, probably about 2 hours over normal. It's pretty rough. For spoiler reasons, yeah. All I'll say on the subject is Japanese companies are pretty behind the times when it comes to streaming. So. Alright, just gathering some stuff for some recipes that I need to progress the story. And after this, I'll have a bunch of synthesis to do to prepare for the second boss. Wait, please give me my item. Crap, where's the other gathering spot? There it is. Okay. I did not get the item I'm looking for. I'll just grab it here. Yeah, so lower difficulty. So I kill the first boss about 1 hour 20 minutes, and on normal you can kill it about like half an hour in. because you can skip all that prep work that's just required. Alright. It is time to make some money. I hope you're all ready for me not being poor anymore, because I'm really ready to not be poor anymore. Not having money feels bad. And Charm and Gift, Filter, Traits, Rare Item. So the traits I'm getting right now are traits that increase the sell price of items that you sell to the shop. And I will be taking advantage of a little oversight to scam the shopkeeper out of infinite money, and we'll get to that when I'm doing it, because there will be a lot of free time to explain. Okay, good. I do have Invisible Illness. And we can get Empty Anxiety. Wait. That's pretty annoying. How do I back this up? I actually didn't get one of the traits I need on this. I'll have to think about it. I got the important one, so that's fine, but this is a backup I've never had to do before, so I'm gonna need to think about it. And the game knowledge is not coming through for me right now. Alright, Banish Strength. Inflict Grudge. Yeah, this is not something that's ever happened before. I didn't think I would need this specific backup. That's rough. But I'll figure it out. For now, I'll just continue making these things with the traits on them. I only got Ruthless Strike. Whoops. Alright, that's fine. My damage will be a little low as well from bad RNG, but we will get over it. Hopefully I have my surges. Am I really missing blue surge as well? Alright. Got pretty unlucky on trait gathering on this run. Of course it would happen. I gather so many hundreds of items that usually it's pretty consistent that I'll have the specific traits I'm looking for. But at the end of the day, it is RNG, and everyone expects RNG to be bad in a marathon, so nothing surprising there. Guaranteed. I got Invisible Illness, nothing else matters. Everything else I can back up. Invisible Illness would be like suffering. I was missing blue, right? No blue yet. Yeah, this game's great. So I will just be gathering these flowers until I get the specific trait I'm looking for. Missing traits is indeed one of the worst feelings in an Atelier speedrun. Unfortunately, not too much I can do to make these traits more deterministic. Just gotta gather items in bulk and pray that I get them. Alright, I can feel it. I have the trait now. Come on. No. How many did I gather? Okay. I've only gathered about 100. That's not enough to guarantee it, obviously. My estimate accounts for bad RNG on things like this. In fact, my PB was trying to get backup traits here for about 5 minutes, so this is all within expectations. Nice, I got it. Alright, and now I will combine all of the color traits. Blue Surge, Green Surge, and Red Surge. And we will get Pure White Resonance, which is a very important trait for the end game. Well, for right now as well. Faster than gathering into pottery, yeah, I bet. Alright, and I will also be making my money neutralizer. This thing is kind of specific. It needs to be between exactly 40 and between 40 and 50 quality, so where's my thing? This one? So I need to come up with my backup for this. Maybe if I'm lucky. I have invisible illness in here. No empty. Okay. I need to figure out what I have empty anxiety on in my container. Okay, I know how to do this. Empty anxiety. Because normally I would have this on one of the items I made earlier, but because I was missing the trait on the right material, we have to do it this way. Do a few extra syntheses to get it to where I need it. So we'll go there, there, and not quite enough. Alright. I might need to go gather more sparkling sand though, because this needs ice slots. Yeah, I don't have enough, because it needs to get the stone category on it. And because I have to use this, okay. One more thing for backup, and then we'll be good to go. You have to do some pretty time-consuming and creative things when your RNG goes poorly, but that's one of the great things about running Atelier games is you never get perfect RNG. So backups generally even out in time loss, and then especially in a marathon setting, it's a good showcase of just how complex and annoying sometimes these games are. So I need blue components on this, and the game is not giving them to me. Alright, don't miss. Ice. Perfect. Yeah, to speedrun Atelier games, generally you need to just have a ton of game knowledge to do it successfully. Alright, grab you, and this one, and this one, and these should hopefully be good enough. Perfect. Alright. managed to make up for it. Now we are back on track. I need to duplicate my alchemic pole though. Whoops. Okay, do you have enough money at least? I should probably make more than that. Should work. Oh my god. Alright. Start by date, do you, and then... Do you? And there is Pure White Corrosion. So Pure White Corrosion is a endgame sort of like meta combination trait. That's the combination of like 5 traits, which is sort of what I've been trying to make this entire time. And what it does is it inflicts like basically 5 random status effects on the enemy, more or less. And if you sort of remember what I was talking about earlier with how to break auras using status effects, you can see why a single trait that inflicts 5 of them at once would be very powerful. So I will be making just some attack items with that, along with some other status effect inflicting traits. And these will be very, very strong for breaking auras on the bosses that are coming up. Should be fine. This should be fine. And I am, yet again, making another lightning bomb. We use a lot of lightning bombs. Sophie loves her lightning bombs. Alright, that should be good. Has the knockback. Alright, and here I'll be making my damage dealing bomb for the foreseeable future. Hopefully I remember how to make this. This is the most complicated early game synth, and sometimes I don't do it right, but it should be fine. There we go. Maxed out fire damage. And maxed out quality. Wait. My bad. This needed to be something else. This. My bad. Alright, the quality is going to be a little bit low if I don't get a super, but 900 might be fine. No, I need this to super, because my traits are a bit worse, so I guess we're making multiple of them. Alright. So I will be making these until they super, which means duplicating more items, because I am out. You just have to do it till the RNG works in your favor. Unfortunate, but it is what it is, so. You can always hope to get it first try, and then you don't have to go duplicate everything, but how did I do this? Like this? Unfortunately with this one, because I need so many links, you see how I'm making a square of links to fill out the effects? Because I need so many links, I can't fill the board in perfectly. So the super success rate is only 47%. Instead of the 65 it could be if I could fill in every square, so. Alright, yet another failure. Means I need to duplicate my bomb. I was hoping I wouldn't have to duplicate that one because it's expensive and I'm low on money, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do my money exploit. Once we are out of cash, I would need to do this around now anyways, so. Basically, there's an item in the game, a neutralizer, that when you put all the price traits on it, it sells for more than it costs to duplicate. So, the only item in the game like this, none of the other items you can make work. So I'll just duplicate max of these. That was about 3,300 coal, and then sell them off. And your money goes up by about 60% or so. It does take a little while because of animations and stuff, but we'll be okay. And I'm gonna do this to about 120,000 coal. So we'll be at it for a few minutes, but it is very worth it. It is the fastest way to get money in the game. It's the only money grinding method that makes sense. And it is very funny. Honestly, the shopkeeper deserves it because she loves to rip us off. Her prices are kind of absurdly high for everything, so I don't mind fleecing her a bit, you know? And she also sticks me with these really long animations that I just have to sit through a million times. The run would be significantly longer without this, yeah, for sure. Already up to 25,000. No, Cornelia is much nicer. I miss Corny every time I see Pirka. She's so mean. Alright, making progress. I always say I really wish she would let me duplicate 1,000 things at a time instead of 100. 100 is just so slow, you know? Because I'm only making like, what was it, 24, 25, something like that, 25 coal per neutralizer. So I need a lot of them. Oh, it's 28. Looks like I have 2 more full inventories to go. So a couple more minutes of just this. Thankfully, even with all of the bad RNG, that I've been having up to this point. The pace is still pretty good. So it just goes to show like how difficult the speedrun is. There's a lot of RNG and moving parts involved, so very difficult to get everything to go right in one run. Got to be some downside to printing money, yeah. It could just not, though. I could just not eat my time. That would be appreciated. But yeah, can't complain too much. If this little infinite money trick didn't exist, I probably would never have speedrun this. I didn't discover this. Most of the things in this route were discovered or routed by me through a lot of work. But this specific trick, I don't know who discovered it, and I was totally ready to quit and not play this game because of money until this trick came along, basically. Because it actually really is a problem. It's one of the #1 problems when playing this game on a high difficulty, and you'll see shortly, it hasn't been a huge issue up until now, but the bombs I'm going to start using to defeat the bosses, every battle I come back from is going to start costing me thousands of coal, like 10 to 15,000 per battle. It's pretty rough. Alright, that'll be the last batch. Enough money for now. Let's duplicate those bombs. Just make a bunch of them so I don't have to come back. Alright, and hopefully I can get my Draco Bomb made this time. Please just be kind. How many of these do I have left? A few? Alright. Alright, third time's the charm. Hit the 47%. Rip. Alright, we're gonna miss the 40% 3 times in a row. I see how it's gonna be. I need to go duplicate this neutralizer if I fail this one, so let's just not fail this one. You know? There we go. Alright, we are ready for the second boss. Still on pace, so not too bad. Just gonna sell a few things to filter my inventory a bit. I want these out of it because I'm done with them. And let's duplicate a few items that I made. So I need more of these. Alright, shop. And equipment time. Gotta make sure I don't accidentally equip the wrong Draco Bomb. That would be a little bit annoying. Alright, 99. Lightning Bomb. Craft. 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 And grab some abilities. Okay. Off to the Dream Tree. You may remember a couple hours near the start of the game, I remembered we were trying to find the goddess in charge of this world. That's what we're doing. She's hiding. Because she doesn't want us to know that she broke Sophie's friend. And we're gonna go force her out, and yeah, that's the second boss. Believe it? Start of the game, we're already fighting God. Let's go. Most JRPG protagonists need until the end to get to this point. And hopefully we live. This boss can be kind of rough. It looks like I made it to the first turn, so we might be alright. As long as the aura breaks. Which it looks like it will. And you'll see that all that work was very well worth it when this bomb does many, many thousands of damage. Bonk. Alright, there she goes. This boss is a pretty notable difficulty spike. On the lower difficulties, this is usually where people first run into trouble if they're going to run into trouble in this game. But simply make really good items. That is the answer to everything. Anyways, now that we've beat her into submission, she's willing to cooperate. So, we're friends. Just need a little explosive therapy. Okay, I believe I am out of Aroma Holtz, which I need for the next synth, so let's go grab some. Okay, got one. And I was right, I was out, so I'm glad I grabbed one. And yeah, we're just gonna be going back and forth between her now. She's gonna help us save Sophie's friend, Pravda, Big Pravda. But yeah, there's two Pravdas in this game. So Sophie, because this is a dream world, it has people from all sorts of different times. And Pravda when she was a child is here, and Pravda when she's an adult is here, so it's kind of fun. They get to talk and, you know. The story is interesting and cute enough. I'm not going to go too in-depth on it here, partly because I don't know it very well, but also I don't think the story is the super interesting part about Atelier games. They are very they have very in-depth and fleshed out mechanics, so, that I think are quite interesting, and I hope my explanations are doing them justice. Alright, we finally get our third weather stone. You probably forgot that was a mechanic, but that's a thing. We can change the weather. This one will be snow, so pretty cool. And we'll just let that auto and it'll probably turn out okay. It didn't turn out okay. I need to intervene. Tragic. Alright, we're fine. But I'm not... Oh wait, no, I am changing the weather right now. So we will get to see the snow in action, and it's probably just me, because no one else has ever complained about it, but I really hate the sound, the walking sound on snow in this game. This like crunching sound. I don't know about anyone else. Like my least favorite part about this game. But the game's great. Don't let that deter you. It's a really silly thing to be annoyed by anyways. Just gonna grab a few items in here. Specifically, there's a chest up here that I want. This is another area. The area I'm in right now is technically another optional area. You never need to come here, but I want the items in this chest, so. Those materials are very important for some gear I'm gonna make before this next boss, so. I do need to upgrade my gear again. Unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of gear upgrading in this game, which honestly is fun. It makes the speedrun really dynamic, but it also means a lot of synthesis, and that's a lot of time. Do this. There we go. Right now I'm making a demolition bomb. This bomb is specifically for removing boulders. You may remember that I have said before, alchemists solve all their problems through explosions, and I did not lie. That is what we're doing right now, so. There is a rock in our way, and we want it not in our way. Alright, so do you have my fruit? You don't. That's fine. Oh wait, I also need to give you milk. She really likes milk, so she gets milk. For most characters in this game, you don't have to do their character events to finish the game. And Pirka, you technically don't either, but I do want to do her character events because they lower your restock costs. So they save you, if you do her events, you save a lot of money in the long run. Alright, and now I am finally on my way to the second dungeon. Just need to run through this cave real quick. Take an opportunity to hydrate because my throat is feeling the effects of talking nonstop for 2.5 hours. Stay hydrated, gamers. And hopefully I get a good amount of salt water here. It's a fairly low drop rate. Okay, I got 2. 2 is fine. I'd prefer 3. And there's... I got 4. Wow. That's... decent RNG at a spot where it doesn't really matter that much. It's like low impact, good RNG. I would have preferred good RNG earlier game. Oh well. Grab this little thing since I'll be coming back here later. And there's the entrance to the second dungeon. Also, I like how the entrances to the dungeons are like these cracks in space. They look really cool. I like the effect they did for these. And of course, the theme for this dungeon is amazing as well. Of course, all the music in this game is great. Kind of what Gus is known for, I think. They're really known for music. If you're around for the Archanelico run by PX this morning, Archanelico has fantastic music. And that is the same developer as the Atelier series, so... Oh my god, get on the log. Alright, and so this dungeon introduces puzzles. Not only do we have weather to change, we have to use these valves for water. And then we have to freeze the water. So I filled the pool with water, I froze it. It's a thing. They're pretty straightforward and simple. They do exist. The puzzles. Alright, and here I'm just gonna go back and grab some recipes. Because a lot of times when you have recipe ideas, they're blocking other recipe ideas, so I need to pick up the recipes to get more recipes. I already like recipes. I don't know. Recipes are great. I'm getting a lot of recipes. Okay, and... oh, whoops, I meant to do rain instead of sun. It doesn't matter too much. It's mostly just to conserve my uses, because I use sun more, but that's fine. It's not a problem. My weather stones are limited in uses, and ideally, you never have to remake them. If you remake them, you can get more uses out of them. But obviously that's time loss when you just don't need to do that, so... I should be fine though, I usually have some extra uses left over at the end of the game, regardless. And of course we have a little mini boss in this dungeon as well. There's a lot of little mini bosses scattered throughout the game, but they're honestly all inconsequential. That's fine. Oh wow, got to go first. It does damage. Not that much. Alright. 17 aura damage. That's pretty crazy. Usually you don't get quite that much. Very lucky hit on that one. And this poor Penny is melted. Goodbye. Sorry, friend. It had to be done. Turn the water on, freeze it, and continue forward. Kind of nice to just sort of run and vibe with the BGM in here. This one is really calming. Kind of just chills you out. No pun intended, probably. Alright, just a little bit left to go and I'll be done with this dungeon. We are almost at the end of it. I will not be killing the boss right away though. The boss is unfortunately a little too powerful for me as I am right now, so. I do have to make some more gear, but it won't take that long. It'll be fine. Alright, I do need to hit this rock. Alright, there we go. For whatever reason, the first one didn't give me the material I was looking for, so... Alright, in grabbing the checkpoint, if I went any further, it would be a boss fight that I can't handle, so we are done here for now. I do have to go get a couple more recipes, so I will do that real quick. These mushrooms stand no chance. And just a couple more of those. And that'll get me the recipe for the rejection weight, which it's not an item I'm going to be using now, but it's very important by endgame, so. We have some major gathering as well. No lightning. Interesting. I need lightning on this, so. Alright. Let's hit the next one. Good. That little minigame is always so, it's not super hard, but it's always a bit stressful, because if you miss, you have to redo it, right? Because I do need very specific things from there. Alright, and my shops have been updated recently, so I'm gonna grab a ton of items from shops here. I have plenty of money now, so I can afford them. Thankfully. Alright, and hopefully the item I need is at the other shop. If not, I'm gonna have to reset for it, so. Let's find out. It's not there. Alright. In that case, I will be sleeping until it spawns, so. Yeah, and as you can see, I went up to about 135,000 coal earlier. I'm already down to 75,000. The money bleeds very quickly. Still not the item I need. This one is a 50-50 spawn chance if I remember right, so it should show up any day now. There we go. And on to synthesis. I have a lot of synthesis to do here. So one of the things that is really important to the route in this game is alchemy experience. You'll see after this item that practice alchemy level is 40. Very shortly, she needs to be at 63. So I have to make a lot of items to get her that experience. So I'm going to start that grind now. By the end of this, she will be level 53. And then I will finish the grind after the boss. So most of these items I'm making are just quick items for experience. The first time you make an item, you get its level requirement in XP, and every time after that, the XP is lower significantly. So you want to make as many first-time items as possible for efficient experience. If that makes sense. So they feel like a lot of, it feels like a lot of useless synthesis, but it's actually very important. And you just want to try and get through these as fast as possible. And a few things here and there I will be adding traits and some other things too to make them a bit better, because I need them for other things. So like this. We're gonna max out that. Yep, lots and lots of alchemy grind. Thankfully, I've come up with a few tricks to make it more, to make it quicker. And as long as you get a lot of recipes and a lot of materials, it will be mostly fine, so. Alright, speed of light. And speed of gods. And right now I'm grabbing traits to make gear with. So for the first part of the game, all of the gear I was using was for HP. Because I did need to tank hits no matter what. And now I'm making gear for speed. So I'm going to replace all the HP gear and put speed on it. And this will let me go first consistently against bosses. And because I do enough damage now, I can end them before they get hits in on me, so I don't need any tankiness anymore. So that is what I will be doing now, making an entire new set of gear for that. And there's a lot of things I need for that. Tyrant King, attack speed supercharged, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Get those traits added, make some more items. Oh, I do not have golden threads. Whoops. Let's just make some, honestly. I was supposed to duplicate those, but it's fine. I can just make some more. Minor blunder, but it is okay. This is a pretty important item to make for XP because it's level 47. And 47 is a ton of XP. It'll be an entire level for halfway here. So, level 48. Alright, where are those double pumpkins from earlier? Wait. Why are they all the way over here? I don't understand. This one. They were supposed to be closer to the bottom. I'm kind of confused, but that's fine. I think I changed my sorting at some point and forgot. Whoops. Alright. Getting more and more XP. That's fine. You do have to be a little bit careful when selecting materials sometimes, because if you use the wrong things, you will be very, very sad when you go for them later and you don't have them. So, you need to pay a little bit of attention on some sense. Alright, level 50. And yeah, it doesn't take too long for the levels to go up. Like, we're already 50. The early levels especially. are faster. And 2 more items and she'll be 53, which was our goal for this session, so... no problems there. Oh, I'm actually 4 off. I can make this. That'll be fine. A little bit weird to be 4 off, but that's okay. Alright, there we are, level 53, and now I can make my gear with Sophie. You need this and this. And basically what I'm doing right now is just passing my traits to better materials so I can actually get them on equipment. Because I've made all of them on neutralizers and now I need to get them somewhere where they can actually be used, right? Alright, date, and we want this one. There we go. And one more ingot with this. Alright, Thunder Talisman, sort by lightning, get my speed traits. And this is a talisman that's basically just for more crit damage. You can see the critical boost 15% at the bottom right there. And with the speed traits it gives 90 speed. I need about 600 speed for early bosses and 900 for late game bosses. So 90 is a significant amount of the way there, right? Sort by light. And grab you. Oh, that's... is that a problem? Wait, I should have way more light than this on these. One second. Could do some gathering for backup. Making that item correctly is pretty important. I need the bottom effect so my items do more damage. Because the damage for the upcoming boss is very tight. If I don't have as much damage as possible, I might not beat it, so... But I don't have a good backup for this, I think. You know what? Let's just... it'll be fine. I'll pretend it'll be fine with these items. We'll just go with it. It's gonna be a little sketchy, but should be good enough to win. I don't want to waste too much time on a backup that I actually don't have a good idea about, because I've never had to back that up before. Alright, and this will just be armor with speed traits. And some better weapons. So grab you and sort by ice. Whoops. Oh, there. This weapon has 180 speed, which is a lot. And yeah, just thanks to all this very nice gear in general, my characters will be able to go fast. And speed is just kind of the most important stat for this run. Alright, time to duplicate that gear I made, and we can go for the boss. My damage is gonna be lower than it should be, but I think we'll be fine anyways. We'll see. And now I'll be making or duplicating a lot of materials that I'm going to use for experience grinding after the boss. So these materials are pretty important. And I want to sell off all of these. I don't want these in my inventory anymore, so we get rid of those. Alright. Time to equip all the gear. And you can see the speed going up significantly. Sophie's is at... Heck. Menuing is hard. Sophie's is at 609. Rami's will be 500, and Alette's should be a bit higher still. Plus I have some buffs that only activate in combat, so... And I don't need the boys anymore, so we get rid of them. And go to the abilities. And grab speed up on Alette. And speed up here. And speed up here. Cool. As you can see, I easily went first. Did I change my party wrong? Uh-oh. I made a mistake. Okay, we need to die. I still have Oleus in my party. Yeah, commentary and speedrunning at the same time is not the easiest thing in the world. Alright, return. Can't get Remy back in there. Alright, now we should be good. And I have a better turn order as well, which really helps. Hopefully we have enough turns to get the aura down. Looks like we'll need... yeah. We'll get one round of attacks from the boss, but it's taken enough debuff so it's not going to do too much damage. Because I did debuff its attack quite significantly. And now we just start chucking bombs at it. I think I have enough. My damage is a little bit low, but I have enough turns, so we'll be good. Alright, there's the third boss. There are quite a few bosses left, by the way, so we're a bit over halfway through the run now. But that's basically all of what I would call early game, and that's the hardest part of the run. From here on out, it gets a lot easier because we get access to much more powerful tools, just in general, so. And I don't need to do as much... quite as much synthesis for gear, because I've already made most of my gear. There's a few things I need to make still, but I've already made most of my gear. Alright, grab a couple recipe books. And one thing I'm going to do right now is, I mentioned earlier that Pravda's alchemy level needs to be 63 shortly. So it's 53 right now, and I'm just going to get it all the way up to 63 in a few minutes. So let's do that. Alchemy level requires quite a bit of grinding in this game in the speedrun. When you're playing casually, unless you ignore one of your alchemists, which does happen sometimes, you don't notice it too much, the level requirements, but you definitely can. And I don't actually have enough recipes to get all the experience I need. So what I'm gonna do is spam this one item, which I prepared materials for. And this item works real well because it's a level 54 item. So it gives the most efficient XP starting from level 54 for an item that I can make over and over again. And the materials it takes are really good because I mass-produced them all at Pirka with duplication. And when you're auto-adding items, the speed of the auto-adding is dependent on whether or not the colors of your components match the colors required for the item. So this item takes yellow, blue, and red components for its effects. And if all of my materials were those colors, adding them through the auto-add function would take 2 to 3 times as long. So these specific materials were engineered for this purpose, basically, to make this process like go as fast as possible. And I'll be doing this until level 63. So we will be making a bunch of these. It takes about 5 minutes, which isn't too bad for the amount of experience we're getting. Right, I'm specifically doing this right now, because if I were to go trigger like 2 more cutscenes, I would unlock a new mechanic for synthesis, which would add an extra menu that I would have to click through every single time. Basically, there was a lot of optimization that went into this grind. But it works out very well. Very happy with it. Alright, we're getting close. 2 more levels to go. Oh yeah, the other little bit of optimization is that the specific components, when they're auto-added, don't make a complete row. So you'll kind of see on this next synth, because I put in spider webs, it makes a complete row, and that gives an animation, which adds another like half a second to each synth, which isn't very much, but when you're spamming a ton of them in a row, getting rid of those little animations adds up to a lot of time. So you can see that one didn't make a complete row, and it was significantly faster. For some reason, I have a lot of spider webs in this run, which are interrupting my thread category. Making it a little bit slower, but it's fine. Alright, last one. And we can move forward with the story. Yay. And that alchemy level is very important, because the next boss is coming up in about, like, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. But anyways, I have access to catalysts now, which are basically a way to limit break my synthesis. If I can remember how this works. I'm pretty sure I'm doing this wrong. I'm definitely doing this wrong. I don't remember how I'm doing this one. That's not great. It's not a good look, is it? This one was kind of complicated. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Okay. Let's do it properly now. Sorry, that goes here. Yeah, this one is kind of obnoxious. And it's a pretty new addition to the run, so I mess up a lot with it still. I think you go like this. I might be stuck here for a little bit. My brain's not working, it's really late at night. There we go. Ugh. That was not great. Brain lags sometimes because there's so much like information to remember for these boards. Is that one fine? Yeah. Anyways, that was making new shoes, so now I can run even faster. Yeah, it's very difficult to memorize literally everything. Optimizing, like truly optimizing this game would require a pretty crazy level of grinding it out. Just to get like really, really, really proficient at all the synthesis. Alright. Now we actually get to do things. This is the part of the game where we find out about the real antagonist. Oh my gosh. It's like more than halfway into the run already, right? But there are basically like virus-like enemies that are trying to add nightmares to the dream world. That's not good. Not good at all. So we're gonna be defeating a lot of those from now on. They're called rolls, and they look like this. They're not really too threatening though. They're kind of just like mob enemies, so they generally fall over. Just gotta debuff them significantly first, and then do what we always do and chuck bombs at them. It's alright. The Draco bomb that I've been using for a while, it will not be in commission too much longer. I get to start using new strats soon. Alright, new gathering tool to make. This one is the bomb hammer. Oh, don't use that. That would be a tragedy. If I used my high quality dust there. I'm glad I checked. And we'll equip that. We're gonna use this to and get further in the cave we went to earlier. You remember this cave? We can now progress through here by deleting this massive crystal with our new shiny gathering tool. Alright, So the upcoming boss is pretty nifty. I guess I can try and explain it. I will not be using the Draco bombs for this boss. In fact, I won't be throwing bombs at it at all. And this is the only boss in the game where that's gonna happen. Which probably doesn't make much sense right now, because bombs are how I do damage. And this boss has like 90,000 health or something, right? How am I gonna do damage to it? But this boss is kind of funny, and there is a legendary specific way to cheese the heck out of it. And you can technically do this on most bosses, but it's not worth it on most bosses. But anyways, remember how I mentioned earlier that on legendary difficulty, enemies get random buffs at the start of combat? One of those buffs in that pool is HP regen, which means every time the enemy takes a turn, they heal for 3% of their HP. And obviously, normally that's a pretty strong ability, right? When things have like 100,000 HP and then they're healing for 3,000 a turn, it's actually pretty relevant. But what we're going to do is use that regen against them by stacking the curse debuff. And what the curse debuff does is it makes the enemies take 500% of their healing as damage. So instead of healing for 3% every turn, they'll be taking 12% of their HP as damage. So as long as you fully debuff them with curse, they'll die on their own in about 9 turns. Now, against most bosses, the strategy is bad, because you will die before the boss does. 9 turns is a long time. But for whatever reason, Gust in their infinite wisdom decided to make this specific boss, susceptible to the sleep status ailment. So not only will I be cursing it, I'll be sleeping it. And normally when something is asleep, it comes awake as soon as it's hit, but because of the strategy, we're not hitting the boss. We're just letting turns pass, and it's taking damage to its own healing, so it never wakes up. And you'll see it in action shortly, but it is just as memey as it sounds. So I just need to prepare a couple items to get that done, which is what I'm doing right now. Or a single item, rather. Where's my grudge? Here. Alright, and Imp's Mischief. This is the item that I will be using to curse and sleep the enemy. So I put Inflict Torpor on there, which is a trait that puts enemies to sleep. And also have Inflict Grudge, which will curse enemies. And then Spine Chilling. And Spine Chilling is kind of a special trait. It's one of the strongest effects in the game. So the way debuffs work in this game is when you inflict an enemy with like any debuff, basically, those debuffs can stack up to 5 times. So when you inflict debuffs, you want to be inflicting them multiple times. And that can be kind of difficult, especially if the enemy has any amount of resistance to the debuff. Not immunity, but resistance. So like most bosses are immune to sleep, so you'll never get through the resistance. Zmei is only half resistant to sleep, which is why the strategy works. Zmei is the boss coming up. And what Spine Chilling does is if you have a stack of a debuff on an enemy, Spine chilling will increase the stat count by 1 regardless of resistance, so I wouldn't need to inflict sleep multiple times, which is very useful. If I needed to inflict the sleep status ailment more than once, it would be pretty much impossible to beat the boss with this strat, because I just wouldn't be able to inflict sleep enough. The RNG would be too oppressive. Anyways, this battle requires resetting until you get the random buff, which is HP regen. It'll say it on the right at the start of the battle, what buffs the boss spawns with. And they're different every time. It's a pretty small pool, so we'll get HP regen eventually. I just need to lose the fight as quick as possible if it doesn't spawn. So we'll be doing that until it happens. But even having to do this for, like, the fight's pretty inconsistent because of this. Like, you'll win eventually. But even though you have to do this, it's still faster than making an entire new set of gear just for this fight and the next one, right? Because making equipment is slow, and the set I used for the last boss would not work against this boss. It has too much HP. We would get completely dumpstered, so... Alright, no regen still. So, more dying. Now, hopefully when the regen actually spawns, my entire party goes first. My speed is pretty high, but the timeline RNG is still a little bad. So I don't always have all 3 members going first, but everyone going first helps a lot. Still no regen. But sometimes, if the dragon is really lucky, it can go ahead of me, and a little bit tragic when that happens. It's what, the 6th attempt? There we go, auto HP heal, that's what we're looking for. Everyone goes first, so what we're going to do is we're going to destroy its aura. When an enemy's aura is broken, its status resistance is lower, so it will be easier to sleep it. And you can see that it is slept and it is cursed. And we'll just do that one more time. And we just wait 9 turns and it will be at 1 HP. So you can see at the bottom left of the screen there, it's losing minus 10,800 every time its turn passes. And all I need to do is make sure it stays asleep. And it will die eventually. Was that 5? I wasn't counting. Alright, 2 turns left. And the curse can't kill, so it'll just be at 1 HP, and we'll just bonk it like that, and goodbye. Sophie strong. Defeated a dragon in 1 hit. Alright, we continue onward. And yeah, that strat is pretty fun, in my opinion. There's a lot of history behind that strat. So, for one, it's a legendary only cheese, because that buff doesn't exist on other difficulties. So if you were to play on a lower difficulty, you would have to defeat the boss the normal way. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. But it's also easier to defeat it the normal way on a lower difficulty, you know, so it's fine. But when I was originally routing this game, I thought it was going to be fast to use that cheese on every boss. The problem being, it doesn't actually work on the last boss, because the last boss is immune to curse. So I had to go back to the drawing board on strats and come up with some better stuff. And honestly, it would have been a pretty boring run anyways to use the same cheese strat for every boss. And I think it also would have ended up significantly slower. Because you have to reset fights so much, right? Wait, I have to talk to Elvira. You have to reset fights so much to get the buff, and it can be really, like, soul-crushing to miss the buff 10 times in a row when it's what you're relying on to win the fight. So, I'm glad that strat got mostly cut from the run. It's fine for that boss because you can sleep it. For other bosses, you have to lower their attack by 100%. And if you don't do that, they're just gonna kill you because there's no real way to tank them. And it just takes forever. And there's a lot of RNG involved on lowering their attack as well. So not only do you have to get the right buff, you have to land all of your debuffs and then make it through the fight. And it was pretty bad. But only using the cheese strat for the dragon, it works out really well because of the sleep. Because you don't need defenses if the boss can't act, right? But yeah, pretty cool. That dragon does appear again shortly. And I will fight it using the same strat one more time. And then that strat will be retired for the rest of the run. And we're going to get into even cooler stuff. But for now, it's just a bunch of running. This is probably the longest running section in the game. It's kind of frustrating. Oh yeah. I need to grab this, and I need to spend 3. I need to get my gathering rank up. So I'll be running around for quite a while, just gathering items, progressing story, not doing too much interesting. There's no like required battles through this section. And I don't need to synthesize until after the next boss, really, so. We have a good, like, 20 minutes of mostly running. Definitely the most boring section of the game right here. But we also get one of the best BGM tracks in the game once we enter the 3rd dungeon. So that's exciting. Thunderbolt Palace is great. Oh, and you may have noticed I have access to a new weather stone now, but it's not exactly weather. It's the gravity stone, which I use with these little green pylons to bring up floating platforms and stuff to jump across. It's pretty slow to use. And it makes you do weird platforming, but it's alright. And I'll get the 5th and final weather stone very soon, actually, and that one will call thunderstorms, which is like super spooky and powerful, right? Oh yeah, this area has a lot of little unskippable elevator cutscenes, so that's fun. They're not very long, but there's a bunch of them, so they do kind of add up. And they're a little annoying because of that. But it's fine, we'll get over it. No, stop wasting my time, I'm gonna speedrun, I'm trying to go fast here. Anyways. Avoid all the enemies. We don't need to fight any of you. I get to use my nifty new gravity stone again. One thing about the gravity stone is a lot of these platforms, there's like gaps in them, and you can actually fall through the gaps and you have to run around. Don't do that if you're speedrunning. It's very annoying and very slow. So you know, don't do that if you're speedrunning. Don't fall through the gaps. Just a friendly warning. Alright, jump across here. See, like, that gap, you can barely see it, but it's there. They place them in ways that, like, you can barely see them, like, to get you to. It's actually very insidious. Very hostile game design, if I'm being honest. No bias, promise. I mostly know how to avoid all of them. So we'll be fine. This one does not have any pitfalls, though. In fact, I can just run straight across. Alright. Cutscene, and we go back to running. I wasn't kidding when I said this section is endless running. It's not gonna stop either. Alright, it'll stop for like a minute, but then we'll be right back to it. And there is a door blocking our path. Yeah, this is where we go grab the Thunder Weatherstone. And the Thunder will open that door for us, so. Gotta grab that real quick. Do a few errands to figure out how to make it. Because that's important, I suppose. Alright, now we can keep going forward. Yay. Thunderstone acquired. I do wish there was more to talk about in this section. I'm trying to think if I missed anything, like any mechanics that I haven't explained that I probably should, and I'm not sure I did. There's a lot of stuff coming up, but it won't be relevant until about half an hour from now, so I will wait on that. Rushing through this area. Whoops. Almost to the end of this fire area, and then we'll be straight into the third dungeon. And the third dungeon's going to be a great time. Plenty of walking, plenty of good music, just a total vibe, yeah? Alright, so in here, I'm actually going to go out of my way to grab a chest, because the chest has a recipe book in it that I need to finish the game. The recipe book actually technically isn't required. I guess that's a fun little bit of trivia. So it gives the rainbow neutralizer recipe, and you need a rainbow neutralizer to make the very last item required to finish the game. But you don't actually need the recipe to do that. So you could skip this chest and finish the game. The problem is that outside of the recipe, there's only one source of rainbow neutralizers, like naturally in the game. And it's from a really high tier request that I don't have access to, so this is the easier option. It just is technically possible to finish the game without grabbing that chest. I don't recommend doing that. It would be very silly. So we'll just say it's required. It may as well be. Hi, dragon. We're just gonna sneak past you. Oh look, there's girls here now. So this is the third dungeon, the Thunderbolt Palace. And it will be a lot more walking, so, you know, just sit back and enjoy the walking, I suppose. There's a few little weather puzzles. I'll just be running through those real quick. There's a lot of back and forth in this room specifically. You have to go all the way up here, then back down, then all the way up on the other side, then back down, and then straight up through the middle. So they made this room feel like 3 times larger than it actually is. But that's fine. It just means we get more good music. Except when it's interrupted by this, which is a lot. Go, Sophie, go. One thing that's a bit funny about this section is I actually got stuck here for a moment casually because I didn't realize this platform you just jumped over. I thought I had to power it on somehow, because that's sort of how the thunder puzzles work. You like power things on and get switches and whatever to move the platforms. And that one was like spaced far enough from the ground. I didn't realize I could just walk onto it. So I got stuck for a few minutes trying to figure that out. But no, Sophie just jumps to it. I don't know if anyone else got stuck there, but just Yeah, it happened to me. I felt really silly when I figured it out. Alright, gonna grab this checkpoint because I need to come back and fight those things eventually. There's a story recipe quite soon that requires defeating 10 Grohl to unlock, so I will be coming back for that. It's one of my least favorite parts of the run. It just feels long and kind of grindy, and I don't think it's it feels like there should be a way to do it faster than how I do it right now, and I haven't been able to figure anything out, so that section of the game is a bit of a sore spot, but more on that when I get there, I guess. Alright, halfway through the dungeon. Still walking. I will say right now, this run has been more or less like even with my PB the entire time. But my PB lost like 8 minutes on the boss here. Okay, probably not 8, maybe more like 5. Anyways, if the boss in this dungeon behaves, we'll be pretty significantly ahead. So look forward to the boss not behaving. Because that's basically guaranteed to be what happens at this point, right? Alright, one last area left for this dungeon. I do need to gather a few things in this area. Alright, there's one. I need 2 more Wurzel Aquas. Heck. Alright, there's 2. I'll grab the other one on the other side. For this last room, all I need to really do is activate these pylons on either side, so we'll grab those switches. That'll be the first one. Thankfully, I can leave the room and come back, and the progress on these stays, unlike a lot of the other puzzles in the game. So I can warp back to the start of the room for going to the other side. Dang, I'm not getting my my last aqua. There it is. I got 2 at once, of course. That gathering was a little sloppy, but you know, it's fine. Yeah, thankfully shortly after this dungeon, we can get right back to grinding alchemy. This is a really long stretch of the game without alchemy. It's kind of weird for this game because you just do so much synthesis, right? And then there's this like over 20-minute stretch where you synthesize like one item. Alright, the gate is open. What lies beyond? What awaits us? Surely it couldn't be... Surely it couldn't be a dangerous enemy after my life. It might even be an enemy that I've beat up already. Anyways, the dragon is back. And we're gonna use the same cheesy strat. Alright. Oh, regen. Oh, but I don't have turns. Alright, please go to sleep right away. Yes! Alright, it's behaving. Getting this first try always feels really good. I just need to get my curses up. It hasn't been cursed yet. There we go. So now it'll start taking damage. Just need to get more curse stacks. Yeah, first try is very nice. Alright, everything should be stacked up now. Yeah, good. And we can start the cheese. Alright, one turn. And 2. 3. 4. 5. Oh, Propta died to a lightning bolt. That doesn't happen very often. I think 2 more and it's dead. Oh. Bonk. Alright, very nice. Yeah. Very good fight. Actually cooperated this time. So, saved about 6 minutes there. Because it's pretty normal for that fight to not cooperate with you on first try. Obviously, sometimes you get lucky. Feels really good when you do. But usually you don't. Alright. Yeah, if the rest of this run goes well, it should PB by a decent amount. We'll see. Okay, we're finally back to a bit of synthesis. It's not super high stakes synthesis though, because it's mostly just for XP, but I will be making my endgame catalyst. So I guess I could sort of explain catalysts. They're basically, there's a bunch of them. I am synthesizing them right now. Whenever you make something, you have to select a catalyst. And based on what catalyst you select, it'll have different effects on your components that you place on the board, basically. And the one I use for the game, to play the game, is called Rosalia Catalyst. And basically what it does is, whenever you place a component, all components around it will get that component's color. So it's very good at maxing out single specific effects, which is exactly what we need for some endgame items, right? So, in fact, I will use it right now and show you how it works. So I place it and everything goes to yellow. Place that up there. Oh, I need to be more careful in this synthesis. Yeah, a lot more careful. Okay. So this should work fine. Except I can't place these together. That's a little bit annoying. Okay. That should max it. This is one of the harder synths in the game because the pieces I have for it are completely different every single time. So I kind of just have to wing it every single time. And when you have to, like, actually think about it, it becomes a lot harder. Alright, and this time I'll be actually making my Rosolia catalyst better. And I'm going to use the restricted panel, which basically puts these, you can see them, these blocked squares on my board. And basically what that'll do is it'll effectively, like, limit break, I suppose, is a good way to put it. My synth. Crap, where did I put this? Here? Okay, that maxes it. And lets me get better effects than I would normally be able to. So you do have to deal with those blocked panels to get the best items. And that is very important. Yeah, Components Divide is incredibly powerful. I do have it now, thankfully. It basically lets you overlay components without completely overriding the entire piece. And now we get to see the full-powered Rosolia Catalyst in action. Because you can see that the red bar on this requires a ton of red. And because this catalyst changes the colors for me, it makes it very easy to max it out, which is something I need to do for a recipe. So. Alright. Oh, I forgot to grab my checkpoint. Oh gosh. Oh, that's a mistake. It's fine, I'll grab it this time. Solid, like, 15 seconds lost. That's okay. Yeah, I kind of just spaced it. I'm a bit tired, I'll be honest. It's like 4 and like almost 5 in the morning, so got the graveyard shift run. All right. It is now time for a little bit of a grind. I have to kill 10 of these, so it'll take a bit. But hopefully not too long. Whoops, wrong item. Perfect. Alright, 4 more groups to go. Like, each battle isn't too long, but when you do so many back-to-back, it's, I wish it would go faster, you know? Oh, this one's aura isn't breaking very fast. Okay, there we go. I do need the aura to break so that I can actually do damage. Perfect. Alright. 3 left. Alright, I need to go restock my items real quick, and then I will be right back. My money is running low. I am almost out of funds. That restock cost 15,000, which is quite frankly absurd, but that's the way this game is. So thankfully we have that money exploit. And I will be needing to do it again pretty soon, but not quite yet. I'm going to be doing the endgame version of it, which will go a bit faster. So. But it requires one more thing that I don't have yet, so I can't do it for a little bit. Alright, one more group. Perfect. And I just need to gather one item to finish off the recipe, and we can continue. There it is. And my money is obnoxiously pretty low, but I think I have enough. Dual trigger is almost useless on this run. That is not the case, actually. So, 2 things with dual trigger. One, it's annoying. You need to use dual trigger 3 times to beat the game, because the recipe for the black hole item requires it. And the other thing is the dual trigger photon ruler is really helpful for the final boss, because it doubles damage taken. So I will be using 4 dual triggers in this run. We just don't use them yet. Alright, gotta deliver these stones I worked so hard to make. And let's get some glow shells. Nice, there's 1. I would like 2 if possible. Maybe even 3. Perfect. Grab here and gather another item that I need for a recipe. And I'm still getting recipes because I still need a ton more alchemy experience. I'm not even close to done with the experience grind yet. So I'm still getting recipes just to get more efficient XP. And I will keep doing that for a little bit. Or actually, well, I'm almost done with recipes. Just, not done with the grind yet, so. But the grind will be done pretty shortly. I have a very long synthesis section coming up where I make my endgame gear. So look forward to that. It'll be super fun. In fact, maybe now I should start talking about endgame stuff, since we're kind of getting to that point. So if you've played this game before, you might be aware of a certain item called Twilight Prism. People generally consider it the strongest item in this game. It's an endgame bomb used by Pravda, and it does a lot of damage. It has scaling based on her MP, and it uses it all, so as long as you stack mana on her, you can use this item to just like one-shot anything in the game, right? It can do up to 10 million damage in one hit if it's like super min-maxed. And the highest health any enemy has in this game is 250,000, so obviously that's pretty overkill. I came to the wrong enemy. Let's not do that. This one first. It's actually pretty important because I use my first dual trigger here. But yeah, so Twilight Prism's really strong. And most people use that to like deal with the end game on the harder difficulties. It's generally recommended. I won't be using it. It's actually really slow. Because even though it one-shots enemies, you have to make an entire separate gear set for Pravda to make it work because it scales off of her MP. And that's just pretty annoying. We don't have time for that, so. Oh, crap. That actually... Oh, it didn't kill it. Okay, I can use Photon Ruler. I thought I was gonna die. Alright, dual trigger. But yeah, getting enough MP to make Twilight Prism useful is hard. So I'm gonna be using Starry Comet instead, which... I love Starry Comet. It's another endgame bomb. I'm farming up vouchers to get the recipe for it right now. That's why I'm doing these EX requests. Sorry, Comet's really cool. It has a lot going for it. It has a high base damage, and it also has a scaling factor, like Prism. An alternate scaling factor, which lets it do a lot of damage, but its scaling is harder to use. So, Starry Comet scales up the number of time cards that you have out. And I'll explain more about what that is, I suppose, later. When I actually get the set together, but just know it'll be very cool. I think my endgame set for this run is very cool, so look forward to seeing it in action, and I will explain it more in depth once we are at that point. But yeah, right now is just going through the story and a lot of setup to get my Starry Comet made, plus a few other items I need for endgame. Some support items, a bit of gear so I can do even more damage. Because my current items aren't that great for DPS, my equipment. So I need to improve that as well. Because like I said, the final boss has 250,000 HP. You know, I might be doing 25 to 40,000 with bombs right now, but if our goal is to one-shot her, we're gonna need a lot more than that, so. Really, it's kind of like two-shotting her, not really one-shotting. But because of twin actions, two-shotting is one-shotting, right? Because I can use 2 bombs in one turn. It's fair to call that a one-shot, right? Right? But by far the hardest part of all the endgame bosses is tanking them until you break their auras, actually. Because with the gear I'm gonna have, every single hit from them will one-shot my characters, no questions asked. So I need to avoid all hits. Thankfully I do have a way to do that. It's a little secret how I do that for now. We'll figure it out later together, though. Because unlike a lot of Atelier games, you can't just, you know, walk up to an enemy and throw bombs at them and they die. Unfortunately, in this game, you do have to whittle down that aura before you can actually do damage, so you need to have a way to deal with a couple turns. Just sort of the way it is, right? Okay. Alright, gonna defeat these for a recipe and for some specific materials I need. So this battle's pretty important. And let's just get more debuffs up. And bonk him with the Draco Bomb. Did I have enough debuffs? Is this gonna kill? One more? Yeah, one more. Cool. Alright, one more battle, and we finally say goodbye to the Draco Bomb for good. It's been with us for a long time. Most of the game. And it has served me well, but it's finally about time to retire it. Because, you know, it's a... I didn't think that would actually hit me. Alright, we ran. It's a pretty early game item, and I'm like late game now, right? So the fact that it's still holding up is pretty impressive. but it's not going to be holding up for much longer. It will be replaced. So this will be the last battle for the Draco Bomb. And we'll also grab this. There's a chest up here that I need. It gives me a recipe for the Absorpta Catalyst. And I'm never actually going to use this catalyst, but it is a great recipe for grinding synthesis XP. It's level 68, which is pretty high. Alright. And back here. I am going to turn in the requests I did. Get my vouchers. And then I can go get the recipe for the Starry Comet, which is my endgame bomb. Alright, and I don't need the Draco Bomb anymore, so I'm going to unequip all of them. Because I don't want to pay for the restock fees. I'm already poor enough, so that wouldn't be any good. Because I'm not going to use it anymore, right? So. Alright, one other thing I want to do is we're gonna get rid of everything in here except for these. Alright, synthesis time. I have a lot of synthesis to do now. Well, I guess first I'm going to be making money, and then synthesis, right? We still have 24k, so that's not bad, but I do need about 80,000 more, so... Look at all those recipes. How nice. Yeah, so I will be updating, oh crap. That combined with something it wasn't supposed to. I will be getting better price upgrades now, so we will be able to sell things for money more efficiently. It's very nice. I'm actually gonna change to a different catalyst for this. Alright. And I need this neutralizer to be 40 quality. For the trick to work. Alright, perfect. And then let's also make... Oh, I haven't bought the Rubish gemstones yet, never mind. My bad. Alright. Time to make money. This time will be a lot faster than last time, thankfully. Because I have a good amount of starting capital, and it's just more efficient. I'm making a lot more money per neutralizer. Last time I was making 28 coal per neutralizer sold. This time I am making 50. So, feels a lot better. And we'll see that cash stack going up much more quickly. And then after I make this money, I just need to go around to the shops, get a few items. There's also, so in this game, Gust did something they don't usually do. And they gave all the random, like, people around town stories that, you know, change as you progress through the game. You know, not that unheard of in JRPGs, but it's not normal for Atelier. And a lot of the town members give you presents when you go talk to them. The presents change like every chapter, and it just so happens that in the chapter I'm in, 2 of those presents happen to be really useful and basically impossible to get for me otherwise in a way that is not really slow. It's actually really convenient. So I'll be going around shops and I'll also be picking up those presents. Alright, more than enough money. Get a lot of these for alchemy grinding. I don't need quite that many, but I have plenty of money, so it's probably fine. Alright, give me my books. Tells me recipes. I love my recipes. And you give me a Tellus or... She does not have it. I'll have to sleep and come back then. That is a shame. Alright, gonna get my first present. I actually use this one to make my Starry Comet, which is my endgame bomb. And we'll grab the second present from this guy right here. You need this item to beat the game. So. It's fairly difficult to obtain otherwise, so it's pretty nice that I can get it now. Alright, just gonna make this to pass time. Then we sleep, and I can go turn that in, and I can check on the item I'm missing still. Alright, please tell me the item I need. It's a 50-50 and I've checked for it twice and missed twice, which happens. Okay, we missed 3 times. 1 more sleep. The thing that's a little bit annoying about having to sleep to check shops is you get a lot of cutscenes. Cutscenes do waste a lot of time, even being able to skip them, right? Alright, there it is. Okay, time for synthesis. I have a lot of synthesis to do. We'll be stuck at the cauldron for a while now. Crap. Oh, what's my sorting on? No wonder. My sorting's bad. Okay. It's fine. I'll fix it before the next item. I thought it was on something else. Changing the sorting my materials in is pretty important to like doing things efficiently. I'm sure that makes sense. Because if I'm looking for specific things, I need to know where to find them. The sorting really helps with that. Alright, so this item... Can I use any of these? I think I can use this one. And this needs... Yeah. Catalyst, Rosolia. Alright. And this needs some amount of red and purple. This one's kind of awkward to make. Alright, that's fine for that. I do red now. It's fine for that, and then as much yellow as possible. Oh, that's actually bad. Put that there. And that's good. Dragon God Roar. And most of the items I'm going to be making right now are for XP. If I just put in the materials quickly, it's for XP. Not all of them, but a significant portion. I will be making items for my endgame set as well in between, so they're kind of just all mixed up into what's efficient for the menuing. We're gonna sort by date here, and oh, I see. I messed up. You. And yeah, doing the menuing like really fast is definitely the hardest thing about this run, and I could surely get better at it. Correct version. I'm gonna need to go duplicate my Flame Emperor dust at some point. I forgot to do that earlier. I forgot I only had one left. So we'll get to that eventually. Heck. Alright, this puts her at level 70, right? Yeah. So Prapta needs to be alchemy level 75 to finish the game, which means she is almost there. I need to go gather Siren's Tears and duplicate my Flame Emperor's dust, so once I'm done making items on Prap, which is one more, I will go do that before continuing with the rest of the synthesis. Alright, level 71. And let me go pick up the materials I am currently missing. Won't take too long. Alright. There's those. And I need a couple of these. And I need to get rid of mushroom powder. Alright. Now I'm gonna be doing something I did earlier, which is making this item over and over again for XP. I did this earlier with a different item. This time it won't be quite as many though, because I only need to go to level 74. I should have gotten rid of the green penny balls. Let's do that real quick. It makes me feel better. Even though it probably doesn't save that much time to get rid of them. It does make this section go faster. Alright, I'm gonna do 5 more. And then we get back to normal synthesis. Okay, 2 more. And yeah, these give a lot of XP. Crafta needs to be level 75, but Sophie needs to be level 85, so we still have a lot of XP to go, but that's fine. It is all planned for. We will get the XP eventually. I can't make that. You can make that. I am out of materials for the plywood, unfortunately. Normally I would be making that, but I didn't get enough logs, so that's fine. It's not a big deal. Because I have extra XP, in case stuff, like exactly stuff like this happens. Okay. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be sorting this by quality, my bad. In which case, yeah, we use this, right? I almost made a mistake. Pretty bad one too. That's fine. Gonna max out the fire on these. And then do a whole ton of light as well. And I need a bit more. Perfect. Okay. You, and where's my stat supercharge? There we go. Alright, that's most of the like hard items out of the way at this point, so most of the rest of them should be pretty quick. There's a couple hard items left, but at this point they're mostly all crafted. Alright, so now I'm gonna start getting traits. I'm putting my equipment traits on here. These will basically double my damage. These two traits. They'll double my damage with Starry Comet, so it's very important to make something with them. And this one, fifth element that I'll be grabbing is an extra 10% on top of that, so. I'll be making an accessory that more than doubles my damage. It is very cool. Alright. Grab you and you. And now I'm making endgame bomb traits, Sunburst, which will increase damage to stunned enemies by 80%, Demon Throw, which will increase damage by 80%, and yeah, that's about it, right? Yeah. Where's the right neutralizer? There it is. Just you know, a lot of things that add up to a lot of damage. There's Sunburst, Strong Throw, Quality. You, and where's my Pure White Resonance? There it is. And here I'll be trying to make a Pure White Glory, which is an endgame buff, like support trait, that basically gives 5 random buffs to all of your party members. Wait, that's wrong. It'll be down here. There we go. And good. Alright, Demon Throw, Sunburst, and Quality. Yeah, they're my bomb traits. And my support item traits will be here. I need Sedimentary Soil, there it is, past it, and mushrooms. Perfect. Pure White Glory is very strong. Gotta transfer that to something else so that I can get it onto my support item that I'll be using. How do I remember all this? I many hundreds of hours in the game and some very handy notes that I spent a lot of time writing out. Alright. Traits were here and here. But yes, this game has a lot. It is very, very information and strat dense, and there are just so many things to remember and do. It's true, I do forget things occasionally. Alright, there's my in-game talisman. That will increase my damage by over double. Very important to have. And these will just be a few items for XP. Sophie's alchemy level's getting up there. You know? What is that? Level 78? Perfect. Oh, I'm out of leather. That's fine. I don't need to make that. I have enough other things that I can make, but it'll be okay. I suppose. So level 79. Alright, and on to finishing my bomb. So, Draco Bomb. Sort by quality, and where is my, there it is. There's my new stuff. Just need to put all these together so that it gets add dragon mat. That's the important one. Links there, and link. Whoops. Link there. Cool. Add dragon mat and superb quality. Sunburst demon throw. Now, this Draco Bomb is not being used. This one's actually a material. And I'll use it in just a moment. Jeez. I've been talking so much. Alright. This is the most complicated synth in the game, I guess. This is my endgame attack item, so we're going to be putting this together. And it's going to be great. This one goes here. This one goes here. Gotta remember where I'm putting things. This one goes here. Alright, perfect. And we have a 98% super success chance. So if I miss the super success, blame marathon luck. Good thing I didn't. And this bomb will do a lot of damage. It's not 999, but it's good enough. Alright. back to making items for XP and finishing up my endgame set. It should go pretty okay. Alright, got that item done. What level is she at? She should be 73, right? Almost 73. That's fine. I don't have Sylvalia. I can make it, that's fine. I can't make it. I don't know where to gather this, if I'm being honest. It's not an item I'm ever out of. My bad. Is this the wrong zone? Oh, this is the wrong zone. Probably here then. I saw some. I saw it. I've never been out of this item at this point of the game. I didn't know where to get it. Alright. And yeah, that's just something that happens sometimes. You like, there's so many items that keeping track of all of them is impossible, so sometimes you simply run out. Let's grab these. Yeah. And I just need to max the lightning on this. It'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Okay. I messed up a little bit. Can I even get another link with this piece? I can't. Alright. Mistakes were made. That's fine. Sonic Bow, Demon Sonic Port version. So this item will be for breaking auras and creating time cards. I can't make that, but that's okay. As long as she gets to level 75, it doesn't matter what I can and can't make. She'll be level 74, so yeah, we'll get there. Alright, one more item. And this will be the last one. Oh, wait, what am I missing? Oh, right, Demon Sonic is in here, isn't it? There we go. Alright, perfect. We are ready for the next boss. Took a while. All I need to do is duplicate everything and equip it. That wording incense is very important. Everything I just made is very important. And maybe eventually I'll get to explaining what it's all for. Now that I'm done with the part that requires a lot of focus. Because it really does take a lot of focus. Whoops. And I'm just duplicating items for damage right now, so... New equipment for everyone. Alright, Sophie needs abilities to increase her item slots. There we go. Okay, so everyone gets 2 rejection weights, a warding incense, and a comet. The comet is my damage dealing item, and the rejection weight are for breaking. The incense is just for safety. Most of the characters will not be using it. Most of the time. Alette uses them though. They're mostly for Alette. Alette gets 4 of them. Because they allow a very funny combo. Oh wait. So whenever Alette uses a warding incense, my entire party's wait time is reduced significantly, which more or less leads to near infinite turns as long as I have item uses left. So that's kind of the core of what makes me tanky, is that I never get hit. Because I can effectively take infinite turns. And all I need to do after that is set up to use the Starry Comet, which will do enough damage to kill anything. The specifics of how it works are a little complicated, but I'll try to explain it as best I can. So basically, how does wait time work in this game? The way wait time works in this game, wait time refers to the time a character needs to wait before being able to take another action. So every action your characters take have wait time, and every action the enemies take have wait time, and that's how turns are decided, the order of turns. So, I have traits on all my items to reduce wait time by like 75 to 90%. The problem is when you're reducing your wait time, there is a floor. So the wait time can only go down so far, and you're not going to get infinite turns that way. But what you can do is Alette has a passive skill where whenever she buffs someone, they have a 50% chance to lower their wait time. And so that's separate from the wait time of the action, meaning that they can be pushed forward on the timeline. So if your wait time is low enough, those buffs will push them forward on the timeline ahead of the enemy turns. And you can do this forever. And it's a 50% chance for every buff, and it stacks. So if you apply 8 buffs, on average you'll reduce wait time 4 times. And that's exactly what I'm doing with the warding incense, is I'm applying 8 buffs. So you can see on the right, it'll say wait time reduced, along with all of the buff text. And that means their wait time is getting reduced. And so for every one of those, yeah. Then it basically just ends up being infinite turns. So all I need to do is have enough speed to go first, and then use my items. So the other part of the set is I have the rejection weight. Because I have all these turns and my wait time is going down over and over, the time cards from the rejection weight, you can see them piling up on the timeline. There's a lot of them. And they never trigger because I'm getting turns before they can trigger, right? And normally this wouldn't mean anything, they just wouldn't do anything, but the Starry Comet, part of what it does is its damage scales based on the number of time cards you have active. So normally you wouldn't be able to scale it very significantly because it's hard to get time cards out because they would trigger. Also, she just got one shot. Anyways, because they would trigger before you can actually take advantage of that. But with the strat, you end up getting like 15 time cards out, and so your already high base damage gets increased many times over due to that extra scaling, which normally wouldn't be usable. So, what are we doing now? We are going forward with story and trying to get to the last dungeon. But yes, just, you know, standard Atelier shenanigans. Alright, it's not really standard. You don't go quite that crazy in most Atelier games, especially this early. A lot of times when you can do infinite turns in Atelier, which is a thing in a few games, it's like post-game stuff that requires rare traits and whatnot. It's generally not something that you can do easily in like mid-game. So. So yeah, this game is pretty broken. Fun though. Alright, I just need to fight some dragons. Yes, you could theoretically run out of items, but nothing has enough HP if your damaging items are decent enough, right? Like, it's really never gonna happen that you'll run out of items before killing something with a set like this. What you do run out of items in, this set is not good enough for the endgame boss rush, which has you do 6 bosses in a row without refilling your items. It's not good enough for that. Sorry, did I say endgame boss rush? I meant post-game. Post-game, boss rush is the post-game challenge mode. But you can do everything else, so. Alright, there's my last still trigger, so I will get my recipe soon for that. And we'll just finish off this poor dragon. Sorry, you didn't do anything wrong, but I need your drops. Bonk. Alright, and straight back to the Atelier. And grab another recipe that I need for finishing the game. This one looks very funny because it's just me support guarding a bunch of times. Wait, that one enemy? Oh, that's not good. Let me run. There we go. So I just do it against these rabbits. I just need to do this 5 times. That'll be good. Huh.
思いついたかも。どこに行こうかな。さあ、のんび。
Grab one of these.
疲れた。山登りって大変だね。
どこに向かう？護衛は
作れる新しいレシピ出来上がり。どの道具にしましょうか。
Alright, and Prapta needs to get to level 75
取
now.
り掛かりましょう。ここにしましょう。
So we'll get that done as quick as possible.
気を抜かずに完成です。レベルアップです。どの道具にしましょうか。取り掛かりましょう。素晴らしい。ここにこのようでは仕上げましょう。照合終了。新しいど
Alright, and one more item. Yeah, this will work.
取り掛かりましょう。予想以上の反応です。
Perfect.
ここにしましょう。まあ、このような最後まで気を抜かずに照合終了。レベルアップです。どれを
Not too many items left to make. Not too many.
どれにしよう。ここにしよう。ここにしよう。これで一気に仕上げるよ。できた。レベルアップ。作れるものが何を作っちゃおう。やってみよう。ここにしよう。これはこれで一気に仕上げるよ。これで完成。
And thank gosh we're almost at the end, because my throat, not gonna lie, kinda dying. Probably shouldn't have done solo commentary for a 5.5-hour run, but what can you do?
行くわよ、ソフィー。助かります。これはここ。こんなのはどう？すごい。錬金術は情熱よ。すごい。
And of course we have to make the Philosopher's Stone.
これはここ。
You know, the goal of all alchemy.
こんな感じ。一気に仕上げるわ。これで完成。レベルアップ。
And why not make two? Just because we
やっ
can.
てみよう。
This one doesn't need to be as fancy though.
ここにしよう。こんな感じか。パパッと仕上げた。できた。どれにしようかな。
Alright. Oh.
どこに向かう。
Oh. Apparently I didn't get credit for the dragon.
どーんと行きましょう。
I don't know how that happened.
本当体力使うわ。
I must have forgotten to go back to the Atelier or something.
これをここ
I guess we're fighting it again. That's a very unfortunate mistake.
急に大きい音が来るとはびっくりするよね。
Whoops.
とさあ、とっておき。
Alright.
故郷が干ばつで苦しんでいたせいか。
At least the fight is pretty quick.
すごそうだけど負けないよ、アレット。
But yeah, quite unfortunate.
これ使って。
Oh well.
一緒に行きましょう。これでいっけー。これならナビクルさん手伝うよ。あげるわ。お礼は不要よ。これでいっけー。はい、アレット。後に続くわ。
Heck. Alright. This is fine.
アレット、後に続くわ。よーし、これで大丈夫だよ。これを食らいなさい。あ、弱点っぽいの見つけたかも。
And goodbye. That is so weird. Marathon staple indeed.
やったね、勝ったよ。まだまだ強くなるよ。強くなれた気がします。あ、そうか。
どこに行くんだ？
はい。新しい。
Alright, now I can make the fancy story item.
どれを作りましょう。では仕上げましょう。完成です。
Now just a few more items to make on Sophie. Need to make sure she gets to level 70, 85.
これはこんな感じパパッと仕上げちゃう。これで完成。
Is refill money ever a problem?
何を作っちゃう。
Yes and no.
始めよう。
It's not a problem because we have a way to deal with it.
力を貸そう。
なるほど。こんなパパッ
But I do use like 250,000 coal, and if there wasn't a way to deal with it, this run never would have happened. So,
どれにしようかな。やってみよう。すごいのできちゃうかも。こんな感じ一気に仕上げるわ。できたー。作れるものがどれにしようかな。よし、始めよう。ここにしよう。
alright, we're at the final stretch. Need a little bit more XP. Let's get to 85.
やってみよう。これはここ。これはここ。これで一気に仕上げるわ。これで完成。どれにしようかな。触媒はどれにしよう。これはここ。いいこと起こりそうな予感。パパッと仕上げちゃう。できたー。レベルアップ。
Alright, 113 left.
何を作っちゃおう。
What's good for that?
触媒は
This.
どれにしよう。ここにしよう。ここにしよう。これくらいこんな一気に仕上げるわ。これで完成。
I think I can make a Velvetus and that'll be it.
何を作っちゃおう。
Yes.
よし、始めよう。これはここ。これでパパッと仕上げちゃう。できたー。まだまだ上手くなるよ。何を作っちゃおう。
へへ、どこに行くんだ。
ドーンと行きましょう。採取に付き合えば価値ある素
Oh,
材が
so the final dungeon. From this point, there's about 15 to 20 minutes left for high spirits, just so you know. Depends on RNG, but it'll be about 20 at most. Unless I make a catastrophic error somewhere.
見つかるかな。
Like dying to the last boss, I would never do that in a marathon. Ha ha ha. And the music here is fantastic.
どうなってるの。すごい数のグロールがいるよ。どうやら簡単には進めそうにないわね。みんな気を引き締めていくわよ。
Yeah, unfortunately this game can't really create hype moments where it's like close. You either just fall over and die, or the boss does. It's a little binary like that. Why am I drawn to Atelier games? To me, they are the best RPGs on the market, but I'm not an RPG player. I play games for mechanics and aesthetic and vibes, and not really so much story, like, ever. For me, just the Atelier aesthetic and the mechanics, like, hit all the right boxes, so I love these games. They're very good in those areas, I think. Grab this little checkpoint. And for this final dungeon, we have a little bit of a boss rush.
油断せず進もう。
Atelier games are hard. Nowadays they have variable difficulty levels, and the highest difficulty levels are very tough. And in general they fit the JRPG formula, so they're definitely RPGs. Yeah. The best one to play? It's more like most of the recent ones are all good for different reasons. I can't really give you a best. Because they're all so different, like mechanically. They managed to switch up the mechanics a lot, like every single game. So it really works out. Oh my god, the dragon has status effect resistance. Alright, we're gonna be whittling down the Sora very slowly. I'm gonna be mostly doing like 1 to 3 damage at a time because it has ailment resistance. But it'll be fine. Won't take too long. Nice, got a 5. Or has 8 health left. That's a lot. Alright, 4 left. Oh cool, it's gone. And boom. Whoops. I was clearing my throat and passed it. I should have enough weather for the rest of the dungeon, right? I'm not quite sure on the thunder. I think it's enough, but it's kind of tight. I only have 4 left. I don't remember how much I need of each weatherstone, but I think it's like 3 more thunder to get to the end, so we'll see. If I have to go back and make one, feels bad, but it's not that much time lost. Alright. Over here. Here. Alright, we got some snow. The final dungeon just kind of makes you change the weather a lot. Just sort of run through and interact with all these things, and it's like, yeah, cool. Chill out, listen to good music the entire time. Although, the mini-bosses in here, when you don't have a good strategy formulated for them, they're pretty brutal. My first time through, this dungeon took quite a while. Like, I know this route makes the game look pretty easy, and it is anything but, in my opinion. Alright, on to the second boss of the dungeon. Status resistance, let's go. Love to see it. Starting off strong. I'm gonna use this. Oh, I might actually lose this fight. My infinite turns maybe failed. Okay, good. We're safe. That was close. Sometimes you get like slightly unlucky and you lose your turns. That one was pretty close, but it worked out. Because there is a bit of an RNG aspect to the strat. Like, it's mostly consistent, but sometimes... Alright, cool. Or broken. And bonk. This one took 2 hits. Alright, let's refill our items and go back for the third boss, which is a, it might look a little familiar. It's, one we just fought but red. Anyways, it did not get status resistance. Let's go. This one should die pretty quickly. It's still taking a little while for the aura to go down. I'm not getting super lucky. I'm not gonna lose my turns, am I? Okay, good. That one is really close. Aura should be at... God, it's a 6 still. Alright. It'll die next turn. And go. Yeah, and that's actually one of my actual least favorite things about this game is how repetitive the bosses are, but it's still a really good game regardless, so gotta cut him a bit of slack, I suppose. Alright, one boss left. Gotta fully refill my items. And on to the last zone. Yeah, the level cap's not really important at all. I get there, but it doesn't increase my power. Since I don't get any more abilities and the extra stats don't help with item damage or anything.
しんでいたせいか雨を見ているとこれをここに雪っていくつになってもワクワクしちゃうよね。
Alright. Gotta run through here. And we're almost there. Bear with me. You can see the boss right there. We're getting there. Gotta go through all the weather in the game. They're like, use your stones. Come on. This part isn't even puzzly, it's just, use your stones. Raining. And now we have snow. Alright, last one. Let's go. We're here. Linda, look, it's you again. For the third time.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
Awesome. Alright. Yeah, okay. Back to the boss. It'll just be mostly the same strat as everything before, but I'm a little bit tempted to reset because of the status resistance. She'll eat a lot of my items, but it'll probably be okay. We'll see. Depends on how many items she eats. Okay, we got a curse. It looks like we'll be fine. If I don't lose my turns. Okay. Nice. A lot of times. But don't worry. not that easy. Every great boss has a phase 2. Oh, this one has status resistance too. That's kind of annoying. I have to try and remove it. So every time I use this ability to dispel, it never hits what I want it to hit. And it did not hit what I wanted it to hit, so we'll have to try some more. Hopefully I have enough items to get through this. The status resistance makes it a little sketchy because I'm not going to be killing the aura as fast as I want to. And if I run out of items, I do die. There's nothing I can do about that. Alright. Remove the right buff this time. Oh, she actually got a turn. This might be okay still, because she's really debuffed. It might not be okay if that happens, though. This might be a loss. We'll see. It's looking alright at the moment. But it's close. Remove the right buff. She still has it. Okay, that's fine. This one will get rid of it for sure. Oh, they block. Right, she has those now. How many more? Should be... It's fine. I think we're winning, but it is pretty unlucky. Yes. This is fine. Alright, Photon Ruler. So I need this. It doubles the damage she takes. And we'll just get turns back, and we can bonk her. Oh, Rami's out of comets. That's kind of annoying. Okay, I get a turn. We're good. This one was really close, by the way. Surprisingly. Alright, that's not time yet, but pretty good. Yeah, usually in those situations you just sort of end up dying, so I'm glad it pulled through. And yeah, so the reason we don't end timing on the final boss is because we do need to make an item. It's very important to finish out the story. If we could skip this item, it would save a lot of time. So. This is the reason we need to grind to alchemy level 85 and have a few other things, so. And the rest is just a little bit of cleanup. Gotta go say goodbye to our friends and whatnot, because the dream world is disappearing. And time will be in a minute or so at the screen for saving clear data. So I'll let you know when that is. Alright, one more place to go. You can see the town's empty now. It's very lonely. Alright, it's like 2 more cutscenes and then time. And time. Yay! Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I was able to explain the mechanics properly. And I hope that was a good run. Or an enjoyable watch, I should say. I did PB by about 3 minutes, even with the little break at the end there at the final boss. And since I'm the only one that runs this game, that's record, obviously, but need more runners. Atelier is super fun. But yeah, thanks for coming to hang out, everyone. And I hope to see you all again. More Atelier. Ryza 3 is coming out super soon. The series is better than ever, so yeah, thank you so much. And thanks, High Spirits. It's super fun. Thanks for having me.